Hey, so I'm doing a live video now. I was gonna put up a video tonight, but the video I was editing, I still needed to cut about 40 minutes of raw footage out of it. And I use Sony Movie Studio, and it's crashing a lot. Like I've had it for like 3 years, and I haven't upgraded. And it used to work pretty well, but last several months, it just crashes a lot. Like it seems like every 30 seconds I'll click something and the screen will turn black for a while, and I have to constantly save. So it's really annoying trying to, especially put up these long videos that I've been making lately. But I did a Shenmue series. It's a video game. I have 10 parts that I'm going to do, and I've uploaded 7 parts already. And right now I am editing part 8 out of 10. But for some reason tonight it just kept crashing a lot. Sometimes it'll be okay and I'll be able to edit a video fairly easily. I have some freezing, some lagging here and there. Maybe the screen might turn white or black. But tonight it was just being really finicky, and I couldn't get through more than like 10 seconds at a time, and it just kept going black, and the preview window kept lagging and freezing, and it's hard to cut stuff and use fade transitions when you can't really see it because it keeps freezing and lagging in the preview box. So it's really hard to edit videos like that. My computer I got this computer late August 2016. It's a pretty good computer. I had it custom made. It was quite a lot of money, actually. I think it's just my software. My software is even older than that. Yeah, it's Sony Movie Studio, I think 13, and now they're on like 16, so I haven't updated in a long time. So it used to work pretty well, but I don't know. It might have something to do with my computer just having lots of junk files and messed up programs and stuff like that. I need some kind of software to like clean up my computer. Got too much porn, and probably tons of other stuff like torrenting files and shit like that. Power Director 17. I don't know if I've ever used that. If I did, then I might have used a trial, but I don't remember. I don't think I have. I don't think I ever used it. I remember it was probably an option that I had years ago out of one of the cheap options, because I'm pretty sure that Power Director is pretty cheap, like maybe the $50-$60 range for like the basic stuff. But I ended up going with Sony Movie Studio because I got it on sale at the time. It was like $40 or $50. It was a Sony Movie Studio Platinum. 2 hours today doing a 5-minute video. 2 hours. Like it took 2 hours to render the final product, or it took you 2 hours to edit a 5-minute video. If it took you 2 hours to edit a 5-minute video, then you probably had a lot of special effects or something, and I don't know. Or you just kept having it crash a lot. I don't know. If it took 2 hours to render a 5-minute video, that's pretty bad. Oh, okay, just lots of different bits. That must be a pretty intense amount of cuts then. I remember I did a video a couple years ago. It was like a 15-minute video. I know, like, the video was like, the raw footage was probably like a good half hour, 30 to 40 minutes. And I ended up cutting it down to 15 minutes. And to this day, even a couple of years later, it has the most ridiculous amount of cuts. I forgot what the name of the video is called. Actually, I can just maybe look it up and see what it's called. I don't even remember the name of the video. Johnny in Japan. Candy. It might be on here somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe I can find the name better if I do this. Hamburger. It was like you make like those little candy hamburgers, but I don't remember the name of the video, unfortunately. Maybe if I go over into my movie studio, not my movie studio, a YouTube studio app, I might be able to find it, though I highly doubt it. Nope. I don't think I'll actually find it because it's probably really far in, because I upload every single day. I've been uploading every single day since last June. So I'd have to go pretty far to find that video. I don't think I put it in a specific playlist either. So it might just be one of those random videos from a couple years ago. Where is it? All right, now we're getting into the 2018 here. I'm just scrolling down I got so many videos. I don't even know how many. Maybe like 400. Oh, here it is. Weird Japanese Candy. Okay, that was the name of it. As this one, Weird Japanese Candy. You mix some powder in trays and water, and you make like little tiny hamburgers and fries and little cola. And I think that video was like 15 minutes long, and it was like raw footage was like 30 to 40 minutes. And I remember I cut it down to like 15 minutes, I think. And if you watch that video, Weird Japanese Candy, that's the name of it. Yeah, if you watch that video, which I don't really remember that much about it, but it has an insane amount of cuts, very, very precise cutting. And back then, my editing software worked without any problems. It worked perfectly, no lagging, no freezing, no crashing. It was very rare to have a crash. But back then it worked so well, and I wouldn't say it was like a great video, but it certainly had a lot of editing in it, a lot of it. That was back when I was still pretty new to making videos, and I tried to put a lot of effort into making videos. Like, I was trying to do everything like zooms and crops and screen effects and putting transparent images on the screen and moving them around and stuff like that, and doing weird audio stuff and transitions. I actually used to put a lot of effort into my videos, and those videos never got a lot of views, and it always seemed like the videos that got the most views were the ones that you just like take on your phone and like a clip of something and it gets like thousands of views, and you're like, really? It's like all it is like a video of my cat, and that's like your most viewed video. It has nothing to do with Japan. It's just a cat. Like, anybody can do that. Don't have to live in Japan to do a cat video. And of course, nowadays I don't really make it a requirement that any of my videos have to be about Japan at all. If they're about Japan, then it's just from in a natural way. Like, I'm not gonna forcefully make it about Japan. I just make videos about whatever I feel like talking about. So just want to expand my horizons, and I don't want to just be known as just a J vlogger. Not that there's anything wrong with being just a J vlogger. It's just that I wouldn't say I'm very good at that. So I figured I should just like not put all my eggs in one basket and J-Vlogger is kind of a niche thing anyway, and it's oversaturated. So I figure I should do other stuff I enjoy, because believe it or not, I don't actually like making all my videos about Japan. Like, I don't want to just talk about Japan all the time. After you live here for a while, it's like the novelty wears off, and it's just normal. So it's the same reason why I don't really watch a ton of J-Vlogger videos. It's very rare that I watch J-Vlogger videos, because before, like, you watch that stuff because it's interesting and you don't live in Japan and you're curious, but after being here for a while, it's like, hey, you can make your own Japan experiences. You can literally experience those things. You're getting my speech slurred here. You can literally experience those things firsthand yourself, and you can make your own videos about that. And oftentimes you're too busy experiencing it firsthand and making your own videos and trying to grow your channel to really worry about what other people are doing. Two old guys fighting in front of McDonald's. Was it in Japan? Or was it like in America, like some like redneck small town, like two hillbillies like beating each other up, and they're wearing like wife beater shirts and Kobe. There's like tons of stuff to talk about. I'm sure I have. What the fuck here? I got lots of comments here. Okay, I've already read those comments. You are right. Eventually, it is eventually about life, reality TV. Yeah, so I was supposed to upload a regular video tonight. It was going to be like an hour-long video, but the way my software just keeps crashing, I'll be lucky if I can get up in the next few days. So I'm just going to do a live stream here because it's already late at night. It's cold outside. There's nothing really to do. It is snowing a little bit, which is very rare in Fukuoka. It usually doesn't snow, but there's like a little bit of powder. You really can't see much of it. So I went outside and thought I might be able to get some footage of that, but it wasn't falling. It had already fallen. It was already melting away, and there's not much to see. So just figured I would do a live stream because I literally have no other videos to do. And honestly, I like live streaming anyway. I only started doing it in January. That was my first time doing it. It was start of this year. I kind of like doing it. I mean, I'm still not used to it. Man, there we go. Freaking is like going up against my beard. I feel like one of those like lower tier street gangsters. Like I'm wearing like a tracksuit jacket but no shirt underneath it, and I'm not wearing underwear either. It's like I'm some kind of now. I just need a gold chain, maybe some sunglasses. I can be like one of those guys that hang out in front of the convenience store and squatting and smoking and eating ramen or something. Hello, Curtis. JFC. Jesus fucking Christ, or Johnny fucking something. I don't know. Slav squat time. I am squatting Slav. I am Boundless used to live on my block. I'm sorry about that. He lives off a channel that is just him living. So just live, and if you're interesting, people will watch. I was just yes. Yeah, Ryan Boundless. Like this is my thing about Ryan Boundless. I think it's all an act. I mean, maybe there's a grain of truth to it, but I think he's always been working people. Because like he lived in Japan for like 20 years before he finally like he's like, where did he go? Like Thailand, then he went back to Japan, and I don't know if he ever went to China, but he talked about going to China. I don't know if he actually did it or not. And then he went to Mexico a couple times. I don't know how many times. And then he went to Africa for a while for some dumb reason, which is like completely random to me. I don't know how you go from Japan for 20 years and then go to Africa. I'd say midlife crisis, but I think he's older than that. I think he already hit that a while back. And then he went back to Mexico, and now he's supposed to be in America. I don't know what he's doing there. That's got to be weird for him being back in the States. And the funny thing is, he says he's living in a state that starts with the letter K, and that's all he'll tell us. And I forgot what the other hints were about what his job is. He's like, it's none of your guys' fucking business. He's like, I'll give you a hint. I make this much money a year, and I live in a state with the letter K. And I'm like, I think I forgot what the hints were, but I remember people were saying like, oh, it's probably Toyota, and he probably is working somewhere in Kentucky or something, which is ironic because I'm from Kentucky. And I was like, dude, that'd be hilarious if Ryan Boundless was actually from Kentucky, because I'm from Kentucky, and I've noticed a lot of J-vloggers are from Ohio and Kentucky, and I never heard of them before I came to Japan. And we're all like interacting with each other in comment sections, and I'm like, oh, you know Cincinnati? Yeah, I used to live there. Oh, you live in this town in Kentucky? Oh, I used to live there. It's like, we never met each other our entire lives, and then we all moved to Japan at different times, and then we all somehow crisscross on YouTube. So it's a bunch of white guys from the East Coast moving to Japan, and we're just like, let's be J-vloggers. The problems follow him. Yeah, he went to Kenya. I don't know if he went to Uganda or not, but wouldn't be surprised me if he did go there. But I know his vlogs were from Kenya. That's weird. I'm surprised he didn't get like the AIDS or something. He might. Who knows? Oh, I'm not subscribed to him, but every once in a while I'll see what he's doing just for laugh. It's the same way with that hiding in my room guy. Like, I don't subscribe to him, and I don't watch his videos because I don't want to contribute to his watch time and his leeching. But every once in a while, like, because I'll hear rumblings about people talking about it, and I'll go and see what his thumbnails look like what his titles are, and it's always the most over dramatic shit, and like it's always contradicting the previous videos. Like, it's just like his videos are so bipolar, and pretty sure it's all just an act. The same way with Boundless, because I think Ryan realized that there was an oversaturation of all these like super upbeat, positive J-vloggers, and he realized that he was kind of a creepy looking guy, not really, good for looking at on a camera. And he probably realized the only way he can get attention and stand out from the rest of the people, and he probably didn't have really any skills like editing, not like abroad in Japan or something. And he probably doesn't have any like charisma like some of the other J-vloggers. So he probably figured, you know what, I'm just going to bitch and complain about everything. And I don't think his life was really that bad, because he lived here for 20 years. Like, you don't live here for 20 years if it's that bad. I mean, there's so many places you can go. Like I don't know. I think he was playing it up because he realized that was his sort of niche, because everyone else is being super positive and fake and not really telling the truth. And it's like all rainbows and unicorns and shit. And that's the other thing. Like, yeah, he probably is telling the truth about a lot of stuff, because now the longer I live here, the more I understand the stuff he complains about. And I'm like, oh, I get it. But at the same time, he's really bad about airing that stuff in public. Like, I have my own complaints, but I don't want to sit here and make every single video just complaining. Just keep that stuff private. If it's really important, then I'll make a video about it. But mostly, I don't want to be that channel that's known as like the next Boundless, or hiding in my room. But I think he played that stuff up just to get attention. Same with Daniel, that hiding in my room. He's always like, oh, I'm going to boring South Korea. Oh, I'm going to boring Germany. Oh, I'm going to boring this and that. Oh, this is so lame. Why I hate this. Why I hate that. Why I'm leaving. I quit. And I think I think he's just exaggerating. As a matter of fact, some big YouTuber with like 500,000 subs did an interview with him. I've never seen him do an interview before, and he did one with this guy, and he literally admitted on camera that he exaggerates his stories to his viewers, because he said he literally admitted that no one would watch his videos if he was more positive or made videos about his actual interests. Like he says, like he's tired of making all negative videos, but he knows if he doesn't make negative videos, his channel will die. So I was like, he admitted it. So, I think he's a twat, but at the same time, I kind of have a feeling that he's exaggerating, because there's no way his daily life is always that boring or that bad. Like, I kind of feel like he just has to keep making up drama or exaggerating it. Like he kept lying about, like, saying, "Oh, my wife kicked me out. Or I'm homeless. I'm living in an Airbnb," and he literally admitted in the interview, like, that he exaggerated some things, or he lied about the timing of certain things, like when he says, like, "Oh, I'm moved out," but really he moved in like days before, and he's still trying to pretend like he's still there, to like add drama to it, I guess. Very optimistic, having run into him on a daily basis and owned a bar on the street. He is the most negative person I ever met. I would say publicly I'm very optimistic. Privately is a different story completely. Privately, I totally understand Ryan Boundless. Privately, I totally get it. Publicly, I don't know, man. I just don't think people really want to hear people bitch all the time. I'm not saying I'm gonna lie to people and like pretend. There's a difference between pretending and just omitting things. Like, if I don't feel it's necessary to talk about, I won't talk about it. I mean, if I really wanted to, I can just bitch and complain all day, every day, and I could probably get a lot more viewers. But I'd also get a lot more people making fun of me and people just shitting all over me, and rightfully so. But I don't know. I'm trying to find a good balance. Like, I've made some videos criticizing things or complaining about things, but try to keep a good balance. You run into him on a daily basis. He and owned a bar. Did you own the bar, or did he own the bar? I'm wondering who owned the bar. I didn't think he would own a bar. Maybe you. As far as I know, he only did YouTube and teach English. Oh, okay. You own the bar. So you said you owned a bar, so it's past tense, like you don't own it anymore. And like, he used to come into your bar. I can just imagine a Ryan Boundless going into the bar and drinking way too much and whining to the bartender. If it's you, if you speak English, he'd probably like whine to you, and you're just in there like, yeah, I totally get you. Like, you're just like complaining about everything, and you're just sitting like, yeah, man, I feel you. Totally, I feel you. And you're pouring more drinks and getting more money from him. just sort of being the bartender. It's like just listening to his problems, but inside you're going like, oh, shut up. Man, I wish I had some snacks, but all I got is, I don't know, I only got a little bit of whiskey left. That's okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I took a 6-month break from YouTube after the end of 2018. Like, I put out a video 2018, like New Year's Eve, and then I took a 6-month break. So for the first half of 2019, I did nothing. I wasn't even sure if I was ever going to come back. saying I was going to, and I didn't mean to take in a 6-month break. It just sort of happened that way. Like I kept delaying that coming back, kept delaying it week after week after week, and making up excuses. And I just didn't feel it. I wasn't feeling it, and I was really depressed. And I just wasn't sure if I was even going to come back. But then I just decided to come back like June 1st of last year. And I thought, like, what can I do differently? And like, I hadn't drank alcohol in like 10 years. And I just went for it, started drinking and hitting record. And that was before I started doing live streams. I was just still recording regular edited videos, but it was just so much easier to talk to a camera when you're drunk, and you just sort of like spill out your guts and be more loose and open. And started finding more success with that. And now, like, I started doing live streaming after the New Year's, like sometime in January. I started doing it. I've done, I think this is my 7th or 8th live stream so far, I think. And I'm finding it easier to do each time. Don't have to worry about editing anything or worry if I fuck up my words or forget what I'm talking about. Like, I just don't care as much. But I know the first few live streams I did, I was like super wasted because I'm just so nervous about it. And now, like, I'm not drunk and I'm just drinking a little bit, and I'm not gonna end up being drunk. So that's kind of weird. So I'm pretty much sober. So that's kind of a weird thing, being live and trying to stay engaging in the conversation. Yeah, I am the worst. It is official. In my tier list video, I gave myself an F rank. Although there were some other vloggers that I gave an F rank, and I felt like at the very least I should be above them. So I think I gave myself like an E ranking, just to balance it and move myself up above certain people. I put hiding in my room off the list. Like, he was on the tier list, and I was like, he's so bad, he's not even an F. I just like dragged him off of the tier list and said, get out of here. Never opened to get some community going, but he would never mix with anyone. So you opened like a bar, like you were trying to like get like some kind of international meetup kind of thing, I guess. Is that what you're saying? A lot of bars do that here. Like, there'll be bars that have international like events, like people can do a language exchange. But I'm guessing you're saying that Ryan Boundless would. So he would go to those things, but he wouldn't actually talk to anybody. So what do you do? Just go there to drink and just sort of be like the weird guy sitting in the corner, brooding, being weird, scoping out the ladies. I don't really like going to international events or like language exchange places. Oh, you would never go. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really shit on them for that because, like, I don't like to go to those things either. Usually those things are like fucking dick measuring contests or pissing whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of good experience with meeting other foreigners. I feel like there's like this sort of like weird, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like there's this weird like elitism. I guess that's what I'm looking for. You know, like everything's got to be a competition. It's like, dude, we're all a bunch of dudes moved to this country, and it's like, instead of like being super supportive, like trying to help people out, like seems to be a lot of like oh, I'm in one. Oh, I make this much money. Oh, I've got permanent residency. I'm so much more special than you. I don't know. There's like a lot of gatekeeping too. Like, oh, I'm a good type of Gaijin, and oh, I don't like these type of Gaijins coming to Japan and embarrassing us. And like, oh, this type of people should just leave, you know? Right, I get it. Made videos about never finding friends, and we were 80% Japanese and mostly people from the neighborhood, but he would never come. Right. What? So he made like videos saying that he couldn't make Japanese friends, but it was like mostly Japanese people at these events. Yeah, there's I'd say out of all the Asian countries, Japan's the worst at speaking English. But if you know where to look, and you can find these like international events, you can find Japanese people who can speak English. Whiskey and strawberry lube doesn't mix. Too many lube people playing them. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not drunk enough for that. Shit, man. I'm gonna drink this shit straight because I only got a little bit left. It makes it stronger if you drink it straight. Yeah, finish that bottle. That's all I got. I think I got some sake back there. I don't know. I don't really care for sake that much though. I rarely drink it, but if this little bit of whiskey doesn't get me a little bit drunk, then I might take a shot of sake. Help me out. I like getting drunk. Ooh, man, that is rough. It's pretty cheap stuff. It's only like 1,000 yen, so like $9 or $10. Not the best whiskey I've ever had. Not the worst, but it's not the best. It's pretty blue. Gun it. The community was right there and he never found it. Yeah, I don't think it is a Japan problem. I think that's just his problem. Because I'm the same way. Like, it has nothing to do with Japan. Like, I was never social in my country, too. I was a shut-in. And I mean, what's the difference between me living in Kentucky and me living in Japan? Just location, really. Location, and I feel more isolated. Like, I'm still kind of a shut-in and very awkward and shy. You know. Let's see. At the time, one guy across the street had a Thai wife, and Ryan had a Thai wife, and both of those wives left them. They lived across the street from each other, and they both had Thai wives. Were they both foreigners? That's pretty funny. Wait, he had a Thai wife in Japan? I thought he had a Thai wife at all? I figured he had a Thai girlfriend because he lived in Thailand for a while. I thought he only had a Japanese girlfriend in Japan. So things I don't know about this guy because, I mean, maybe he doesn't talk about it in his videos. I don't think he's that much of an open book. I think the difference between him and Hiding in My Room, they're both extremely negative about their lives and about Japan, but Hiding in My Room is a lot more open book. Whereas Ryan seems to be there seems to be things that people don't know about him, but unless you actually know him in real life. Oh, he deleted those vids. Gun it. Curtis. Yeah, if I gun this, I might spit it all over my laptop. That'd be nasty. I don't want to damage my laptop. It's already sticky enough. I got so many stains from food and drink. Every time I clean my laptop screen or my keyboard, it gets sticky again. That sounds wrong. Ooh. Oof. Oof. Oh my goodness. I got so many goddamn articles here. Like, there's like tons of articles. Like, there's articles about Japan. There's articles about like world, like topics, but I never know. I always save them. I always save them on my Google Chrome tabs. And I always think, oh, I'm going to do live streams where I talk about these things and give my opinions on them. But I don't know. When I look at it, I'm just like, I don't know. Like in the moment, like whenever I see an article that I go like, oh, that's funny or interesting or weird or something that makes me kind of pissed off. And I go, oh, I'm going to talk about that in my next live stream. But then by the time I get to do the live stream, many, many hours later, my interest in it has waned, or the emotions that I feel for it have dropped. So I don't know. Or maybe it doesn't seem as interesting then. And sometimes things that might be hot topics then, I wait too long and it's no longer like a hot button topic anymore. I'll forget that I have like a saved tab on my Google Chrome or something. I've never met Daniel, but he seems a lot smarter than Ryan, but also much crazier. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. He's smart in the sense that he knows how to weasel by in life. He knows how to just skate by through life and get what he wants. And clearly he knows how to get the subs and the views, because yeah, man, it just makes me sound like a jealous person. But yeah, like I am pretty envious that somebody like that gets 100,000 subs and a lot of watch time. He actually gets money from YouTube from being a total dipshit. Like I don't don't want to mince words. I don't like him. Not at all. Yeah, but forgot where I was going with this. But I don't think he's intelligent in the sense that, like, at any time, you know, it could all end. You know, his channel could get shut down, or something bad can happen. Like he does something either illegal or really messed up, and he loses all of his support. Even the people who hate watch him. I feel like most of the people who watch him hate watch him. They don't watch him because they like him. They watch him because they make fun of him. He gets a lot of dislikes. But I feel like eventually him being so open about his life and admitting to all the things that he says or does, that's eventually going to bite him in the ass. He's never going to be able to get a normal job, because there are people who, even if like future employers don't find out about his channel, there are people who are going to find out. People have no lives. They will dig, and they will try to like get him in trouble. Like, once you put shit on the internet, it's there. You know, people have saved his videos. I've seen videos where he deleted them and people save them and re-upload them, like where he says some really, really embarrassing, fucked up stuff that he deleted and people saved it. And I'm just like, some of the stuff he says is just like, wow, dude, what were you thinking? And it's like, no wonder you deleted that. Why would you even put that up in the first place? Admitting certain things. Like, I forgot what he admitted. Like, he liked the smell of something, and it was like some really disgusting thing, some disgusting sexual fetish that he was admitting to. It involved smelling something, and yeah, it was like a deleted video that someone re-uploaded. Like, why would you put that on the internet? Some things are just not worth it. Like, I've said this for a while. Like, I could have just as many subs as Daniel. I could be bigger than Daniel, because unlike Daniel, I think I'm a lot more intelligent than Daniel, obviously, because if I was really stupid, I would be just like Daniel. Like he knows how to push buttons, and he knows what to put up. That doesn't really make him intelligent. It just means he has no sort of no shame. He has no shame. He has no sense of shame. He's definitely got like mental issues. So, but yeah, like I could totally be a huge channel. Like if I was willing to completely open myself up and be honest and talk about how I really feel, what I really think, and talk about really private shit, you know, I could really blow up. But I'm just like, it's not really worth it. I don't want to have 100,000 subs if most of the people watching me hate my guts and are just making fun of me. Like that's not the way I want it to be. Like it's just not worth it, you know. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Life's not fair. Never is. That's just the way the world works. And he's got 100,000 subs, and he makes money off YouTube. And it's fucking disturbing that people give him that much power. But that's just the way life is. I guess more power to him. He found a way to do something with his life, I guess. It's not exactly good for him, but I don't know. Maybe one of these days he'll snap out of it and realize, holy shit, what have I done? And he'll stop. It'll be too late by then, but I'm sure he can salvage some kind of normal life, and maybe one day he'll just like drop off of YouTube and just disappear. Coronavirus, Tokyo Marathon canceled, Emperor's birthday party canceled, government said avoid unnecessary public meetings. Yeah. Like, I don't know, it depends on where it is. Like, if I was invited to some event, like, I don't know, like if I was invited to some kind of event, I'd probably go. I don't know. Here's the thing about the coronavirus. Like, it's not really that deadly from what I hear. It seems to be old people and children who are the most susceptible to getting seriously ill and possibly dying. Most of the people who get coronavirus get cured. Like, they don't die. They get treated. They don't die. It seems that people that die are the ones who are like old or children, and they live in areas that don't have good medical care, or they live in China. So they live at the epicenter. But I think if like I got the coronavirus, I would get really sick. But I think I would survive it. Yeah, I don't think it's like super deadly. It's not good to get. I wouldn't want to get it. I am concerned about getting it, but it takes weeks to test negative even after beating the symptoms. Okay, so like even after you aren't showing the symptoms anymore, you can still test positive for having it, I guess is what you're saying. Yeah, I guess for like really big events, it might be a good idea for them to cancel things. Like, I guess public safety is more important than Tokyo Marathon and Emperor birthday and stuff like that. But I mean, like, on a personal scale, like if I was invited to some party or event or something, I would probably go. Especially if there was booze involved, like free booze. I mean, it probably wouldn't be free, but like maybe like a very cheap flat rate to get into the event. Like recently, I went to a wedding party, and it was like 1,000 yen as a flat fee for, I guess, being a part of it. And then it's like all you can drink booze. Very nice. Had a lot of beer and whiskey and vodka, and I got wasted. Very nice. Because that was weeks ago. I don't know if the coronavirus was really there yet. It was a few weeks ago that I went to that. So I don't know. I don't know if the coronavirus was like big yet, or if it was still just in China. You know what's funny? Like, you see a lot of people wearing like face masks normally. But like, I've noticed that there's a lot of people not wearing face masks, even though there's like this big like scare, like this outbreak scare. Like, I go outside, I wear a face mask when I go outside. Which I would anyway, because it's like cold outside. Like in America, it's weird to wear a flu mask because people think you'll have like SARS or something, and people avoid you and they'll go crazy or something. But like in Japan, it's normal to wear a flu mask. So like when it's cold outside, I'm like, all right, well, it's part of the culture. It's viewed as normal, so I will just join in on that. Like, yay, I can I can wear a flu mask and people won't look at me weird. And it's like, well, it's cold outside. It makes sense to cover up your face. People are sick in the winter. Plus, it helps protect you against the wind, especially if you're riding a bicycle and you got the wind blowing on your face. It's good to have a flu mask. But yeah, like I'm noticing a lot of people not wearing flu masks. Like, hey, it's winter, first of all. And secondly, like I guess people aren't afraid of the corona thing, which they should be. They are sold out. You can't buy them anywhere now. Where do you live in Japan? Because I am not sure, but I'm pretty sure I can still get plenty of face mask. Like I have a whole box right here. A whole box is full. How many's in there? Let me see if I can reach it. Oh, I think I pulled a stomach muscle reaching up there. Okay, so there's like 50 in a box here. Yeah, I don't know. Of course, if I go now, there might be a shortage. I don't know. But I don't live in like Tokyo or anything, so I don't really know. I don't really know if there's a shortage in my city. I would venture to say probably not as much of a shortage as like Tokyo or something. I can probably find flu masks still. You cannot buy them now. That's interesting. Because I haven't really checked yet, like lately. Amazon Prime is consistently supplied in Canada. Yeah, I think the big thing is you'll have people who are buying like multiple boxes when they normally wouldn't. And then people who don't have any can't buy any. So, yeah. I can see people kind of overreacting and buying like hundreds of them. Like not boxes, but hundreds of masks. Like they'll buy like multiple boxes and then they'll have like hundreds of masks that they don't need. And then there's other people who can't buy any because someone else bought a bunch of them. Like you got a bunch of people buying multiple boxes. It's like, I got a box here. It's full. I'm sure that'll last me a while. I'm sure it'll be fine. SARS 2.0, Toronto off the charts paranoia. That's so weird. I got 4 people watching, but 2 people commenting. That always happens a lot. I'll have extra people watching, but they don't comment. Like they're just like lurking in the shadows, and I'm just like, come on out. Like, who are you? Let's contribute to the chat. It's kind of weird. Like people just you'll have like 2 or 3 extra people just lurking about, and they can totally join in at any time. Yeah, the more the merrier. Trust me, definitely. You hear about the bodysuits, China showing supplies, so people can't take them off or go to the washroom. Patients in diapers. I haven't really seen that. I haven't seen the bodysuits. If it was bodysuits, I'm thinking it was like government people, like government officials or something, like people going around like quarantining people. I don't know about civilians wearing whole bodysuits. I've seen the pictures where like they have their like cats and dogs have flu masks. It's pretty comical looking. There's some articles about this stuff. Like I don't know where exactly it is. Where is it? Okay, yeah, I only have one article that I saved here. Was it New York Times? Was it American woman who left cruise ship test positive for coronavirus? Yeah, like I saw something about like I think everybody has like the whole, like there was like some kind of big cruise ship like quarantined in Yokohama Bay. More than 2,000 people. And apparently the Japanese government didn't have enough like testing kits to test everybody on the boat, which sounds absurd because like you're a government, you're the third largest economy in the world, and you're a first world country, and you don't have enough resources to test a couple thousand people on a cruise ship. I don't know, it seems kind of weird. And half of the people on the cruise ship are Japanese citizens, and you can't test these people, like you can't get the resources together, and you're just leaving these people on there, trapped on there, and yeah, more people are gonna get infected if they're all on a boat. So it's kind of weird that they're not testing these people as quickly as possible and removing the contaminated people safely and quarantining them. You're basically just like you're playing with lives, playing with the other people. But at the same time, you got, some rich, privileged people who are on some like expensive like cruise ship, complaining that they can't leave and they want to go back home. It's like, well, you can't go back home. It's like they're like they need to really think about public safety and like other people as they're kind of being selfish by complaining about not being able to leave. Yeah, but apparently like they docked in Cambodia. Docked in can't see. Some American woman. They docked in Cambodia, and then an American woman flew to Malaysia with more than 100 other passengers, and they tested positive for the virus afterwards. Let's see, how many passengers? Almost 1,500 and 800 crew members. I'm skimming through this. I don't want to read the whole article. I'm just sort of skimming through it for the major, like, key stuff here. Like, apparently they were allowed to board a plane to the United States, Netherlands, Australia, places like that. And from what I understand, that when they landed in their home countries, they were immediately quarantined. But I'm like, who did they get on a plane with? Like a plane by themselves or a plane with other people who were on the boat? Because you don't want to let them leave that boat and put them on a plane to their home country with normal people who aren't infected. So I'm not sure how that is. They put them on like a special plane that's also quarantined, and they shouldn't be allowed into the airport, right? Like if you get off the boat in Cambodia and you fly to America, then you'd have to be on like a special charter plane, right? And you can't be on there with like normal people. You have to be just with the quarantine people who might possibly be infected. And then when you go to the airport, you'd have to be immediately quarantined. Like you can't just be walking through the airport and go through customs and be like, hey, I think I might have the coronavirus. Like it's a little late for that because you're already walking through. So I imagine there's some kind of protocol that they're not really talking about in the article. Because when you first read it, you're like, wait, they just let them get on a plane and go back to their home country? That's kind of fucked up. So hopefully when they let them go home, they made sure to contain them and get them tested and shit like that and quarantined. Let's see. You'll be okay, doctor. Your diaper is as full of shit as you are. Yo, bro, drinking drunk now. How about your voice? Good. I'm not drunk. I only got a little bit of whiskey left. I'm disappointed in that. I wish I could live stream on my phone if I could, then I would go to the store right now and get a beer or something, get a couple beers. But in order to live stream on my phone, which I didn't know this, I think it used to be you could live stream without 1,000 subscribers, but at some point they changed it. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. So basically, you have to be monetized by YouTube in order to live stream mobile, which is fucking stupid. So basically, the only way I can live stream is here at home in front of my computer. And I absolutely hate that because I would love to live stream on the go. Because you just never know when you see something cool and you want to live stream. Yeah, it's just fucking stupid. So hopefully at some point, I mean, it's like February. Who knows? Maybe by the end of the year, something will catch on. Like, I think I gained like 50 subs in a month. I got a shout out recently, like December or something like that. So, like, maybe I might get some more shout outs, or maybe more people will share my videos and get the word out and tell people who don't know about me, like, hey, check out this guy. I'm subscribed to him. I watch his videos. He's cool, whatever. And hopefully I can get to a point where I can do that stuff. And also, I can't use the community tab. Like, I have a discussion tab where I can put messages on there, but it doesn't give my subscribers a notification or email for that. So if I type some like big long message in there, like talking about any future plans for videos or live streams, like, they're not going to be able to see that unless they physically go to the discussion tab. And I think most people don't go there intentionally. It's kind of an outdated feature. But the community tab, if I had enough subs and watch time, then the community tab, I could put a post on there and it would be just like a video upload. Like, it would alert people that I made a post. So then I could like tell people ahead of time when I'm going to live stream or when I'm going to upload a certain video, and then they could be ready for it, instead of me just sort of randomly going live and hoping that people are available at that time to watch. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah, my voice is a lot better. I still can't make like high pitched voices. Like I can only do like low speaking. Is there any good news about this? Zero. Zero news about that. Japan 101. Gotta go. Y'all be good. Thanks, Johnny. See y'all. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you next time. I'll make sure that I live stream a lot more often. I'll probably start live streaming way more than I upload normal videos because it's just easier that way. I think it's easier to just live stream. If I have something I want to talk about, discuss, or anything, I can just live stream it. If I want to do a drink review, food review, just live stream it. Any kind of articles I want to talk about, any topics, just live stream it. It's just easier that way. Don't have to edit anything. Just talk about what's on my mind. I can interact with people live. And also, I have shitty software that keeps crashing and freezing and lagging, and it's really hard to edit videos now because of it. So it's just better to live stream. It's more fun that way too. Yeah, but no news about Techi. Like, trust me, I look it up. I look it up too. And I don't think there's going to be any news for a long time. It's kind of how it is. I think a lot of those idols, they sort of just disappear and you don't hear about them ever again, or for a long, long time. Maybe someday we'll hear about it, but I feel like it's going to be several months at least. At minimum, several months. But maybe never. I don't know. She might just disappear and never be heard from again. Who knows? It's very strange. It's a different culture. Usually, like in the Western world, if someone like leaves some kind of musical group, they go on and have like a solo career or something, or do something else. You know, they sort of use that success and fame to find other avenues to remain famous and relevant and make more money. But in Japan, someone leaves like an idol group, and sometimes they just disappear, just live a normal life, go to university, just get education, have a normal job. or just use the money they got and retire, maybe open a small business or something. Man, that is not good whiskey. Not at all. Mix a little bit of soda with that. There we go. Ugh. I can't tell if you're giving a peace sign to the guy that left or you're giving a peace sign to me. Well, if it has, I don't think I have it. Although I have gotten sick recently, but sore throat and coughing, but I think that's just my normal, it's just like a winter flu. And I don't have a sore throat anymore. I don't have a cough anymore, but I feel like my voice isn't 100% back. Like I can't make any higher pitched voice. Like, yeah, I can't do it. Like if I wanted to make like a cat sound, like sound like a cat meowing, I can't do like meow. Like it's real scratchy. Like I got like a sandpaper throat. It doesn't hurt. Before it would hurt to swallow. It doesn't hurt to swallow anymore. The sore is gone. But like I still feel like I have sort of like a rough sandpaper kind of feel, real scratchy voice. I'm peacing out too. All right, man, Curtis. Thanks for stopping by, being cool, man. Yeah, I'm careful. Like I don't go outside more than I have to, more than it's necessary. And when I do, I make sure I wear layers and cover up my nose and mouth, with like a mask. So I make sure I'm good in that. I lessen my exposure to the elements and people for more than one reason. It's burrito o'clock here, dudes. Oh shit, I want a burrito. I had taco rice recently. I want tacos. We don't have enough tacos in Japan. Not enough tacos. We need some Taco Bell. We only have Taco Bell in Tokyo and Osaka, and I haven't been to either one of them yet. It's too far away, and I've seen Taco Bell prices in Japan, the Tokyo and Osaka, way too expensive for basic tacos. For tacos that cost like $1 in America, they'll cost like $8 in Japan. It's absurd. I don't know how they get away with that shit. I realize they're importing the materials, the food that's used for it. They're importing the shells and the meat, probably, and stuff like that. But like the tacos that they have, they're considered like basic soft shell or hard shell tacos. They should cost like less than 100 yen at most. And they're sitting there charging like 700, 800, 900 yen for like a taco meal. Like, oh, maybe you'll get 1 or 2 tacos, maybe a drink. It's just like, that's just ridiculous. It's the same way with Japanese pizza. Like, you can find cheaper Japanese pizza, but it's still the cheapest Japanese pizza costs the amount. Like you can get like a small, really basic Japanese pizza for like 1,000 or more yen. But for that same amount of money, you can get like an extra large multi-topping pizza in America. And if you try to get like Domino's here, it's absurd. 4,000 or 5,000 yen. You're talking like $40 to $50 for a fucking large pizza. I can't believe it. And in Japan, they're not really good about giving you a lot of options for what you can put on your pizza. Like it's like, okay, you can order this type of pizza, this type of pizza, this type of pizza, this type of pizza, but it's hard to find stuff where you can like mix and match and like have it exactly the way you want it, like down to the last detail. Like in American restaurants, you can literally like have instructions about how you want your pizza prepared. There's so many little details, lots of variety. Same way with the restaurants too. I don't know where people get this. There's so many stereotypes about Japan that I just want to dispel all the time. People don't listen. Like this thing about like customer service being the best in Japan. Like I remember in my country, like if you went to a restaurant and there was something you didn't like or you wanted something very specific, even if it's not on the menu, like they'll work it out for you and make it to your liking. And if they really have to, they will adjust the price to reflect that. But in Japan, they have a very set, strict menu, and if there's something you don't like, that's too bad. You just have to get it the way it is, and you're not going to be able to like sit and be like, oh, can you take this off of it, or can you add this to that? And be like, no, we can't do that. It's got to be just like this. Like where it's like where do you go somewhere and you get like some kind of like specialty burger or tacos or pizza? They're like, no, this is the ingredients. This is the way it's prepared. Either like it or leave it. And that's not great customer service. That's not giving the customer they want. But Japanese people accept that. So I don't know. It's not good customer service for my cultural standard. I don't know. Like I get it. Like that's on them, but like for me, it's not. I get that's their cultural, like that's what they're used to. But if someone says like, "Oh, it's the best customer service in the world," I have to strongly disagree on that, just based on that. Like, like the customer doesn't get exactly what they want. Oh man. It seems like the people who are making the comments are gone, and now we got a couple people in here, but they're not talking very much, or not at all. And they totally can. They can talk about literally anything. That would be good. Because honestly, I don't really have much to talk about right now. I mean, there's plenty of things I can talk about, but it doesn't naturally segue from this topic. It's just sort of this random topics. There's tons of topics here. There's like, I don't know if anybody saw like you probably can't see that. It's like there we go. The Nintendo PlayStation, I guess. I think that's, yeah, Nintendo PlayStation. Like it's like up for bid. It's like over $350,000 so far. That's insane. And there's like some kind of like multi-billionaire who's got the top bid for it, and he's just gonna like privately hoard it. Like I would like to see it go to a museum so everyone can see it publicly, but he's kind of egotistical and being a typical billionaire, be like, oh, I preserve lots of retro gaming artifacts. And it's like, dude, you probably got them like hidden somewhere where no one can see them and no one can verify that they still exist, and that you're actually taking good care of them and preserving them correctly. I don't know. I'm sure he's got plenty of money for it, but I would rather see a really rare old gaming artifact, a piece of history, as part of a public museum. That's where it should go. Honestly, he should donate it to that. Be a huge tax write-off for him too. That's pretty cool, dude. Like seriously. Although I can see the appeal of wanting to own something incredibly rare just for yourself. Let's be honest, if I had that kind of money, I don't know if I could donate it to a museum. Because I'm the one that bought it. Like, why the fuck would I buy it just to donate it? I don't know. Like, of course I'd want to be the guy that owns this rare retro console. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of one of those weird things where everyone else who's not a billionaire is going like, "Oh, you should donate it to a museum," and I'm like, "Yeah, I get that. I can see that." But at the same time, to play devil's advocate, if I was a multi-billionaire, I could see that going to my head and being like, "No, I must own this precious artifact for myself." Like I don't know. I might end up doing that. Better Call Saul season 5 is coming out soon. I am waiting on that one patiently. Probably got about another week for that to come out. 5 days. Oh boy. Let's see. We got any articles here saved on my phone here? Japan Today. That always has some LOL articles. The Shibuya Cafe, where talking is banned and classical music is celebrated. So there's like this cafe in Shibuya where you're not allowed to talk. You can like get coffee, milk teas, juices. They play classical music. Not allowed to take pictures. I've heard of places like this before. It's really fucking lame, I think. The place is called Rayon, like lion, but they pronounce it Rayon. I would never go to such a fucking place like that. Here's how I would describe a place like that. Wanky. Like I would never go to a place like that. Like a place that tells me like as a paying customer that I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't take pictures. There's even places where you're not allowed to have your phone out. You're not even allowed to be on your phone, even if it's silent and you're not bothering anybody. You're not disturbing anybody. There's places where they will kick you out for being on your phone, and I just think that's fucking dumb. I would never go to a place like that. Hey, dude, where in Japan do you live? I'm out in Chigasaki. Chigasaki, where is that? I live in Fukuoka, which is in Kyushu, which is the southwest island of Japan. It's like a giant island. It's like Fukuoka. I mean, I'm sure you know, but just in case you don't or anyone else doesn't, Fukuoka, Kumamoto. Wow, see, I should just shut up and say Kyushu because I don't actually know all the prefectures in Kyushu. Saga, Oita. I want to say Nagasaki might be in Honshu. Hiroshima might be in Honshu as well. Kumamoto, Fukuoka, Oita, Saga, Kagoshima. I think that's all the prefectures in Kyushu. I'm not sure. In the Tokyo area. Hour outside of Tokyo. Let's see. Maps. I'll pull up the maps here. Gee, I never heard of that. I always like to pull up the maps if I've never heard of a place. Kanagawa. I've heard of Kanagawa. Chigasaki. So pretty close to Yokohama, pretty close to Yokosuka, which I would like to visit. Yokosuka. That sounds like a cool place to visit. Because my favorite video game of all time is Shenmue. So I'd like to visit Yokosuka sometime. Just for nostalgic nerd reasons. Yeah. Well, I know there's like 2 other people watching, but I wasn't sure if they knew where Kyushu is or what prefectures were there. Because surprisingly, a lot of people don't know much about Kyushu or Fukuoka. A lot of people, it's not a very popular place, I guess. There's a lot of tourism, but obviously not as much as where you're from, but like, it's more of like an underrated area. A lot of Koreans and Chinese here because it's really close to South Korea. It's like an hour-long flight from South Korea, and you can take a boat ride from Fukuoka to Busan. I was in the Navy based out of Yokosuka and Atsugi. I never heard of Atsugi, but I know Yokosuka. because of the video game Shenmue from 1999 for the Sega Dreamcast. It's my favorite game of all time, called Shenmue. And that is, they actually used real life streets and buildings in their like sort of virtual world for that game. So if you go to Yokosuka now and you go to like Dobuita, you'll actually see like real houses and buildings and street names that looks exactly like the video game, because the video game is exactly based off that, which is pretty cool. So one of these days I'd like to go to Yokosuka and just for nostalgia reasons to check it out. I'm sure lots of foreigners have gone there, and I've seen some people do cosplay of the characters, and I'm sure some old Japanese people are like, ugh, what the hell? Some more white bearded people dressing up like some video game character, running around acting all excited and taking pictures of everything. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. I mean, pretty much everyone came to Japan from somewhere else, like through the ice, like they walked across the ice. So pretty much all Japanese are descended from like ancient Mongolians. But yeah, like, you know, the slave stuff too. It's a very hot button topic. I mean, pretty much 90% of the world agrees on what happened, but you know, you'll have 90% of the world agrees on what happened, you know, in history, and I'd say a majority of Japan agrees with that 90%. But then you have a minority of people in Japan who deny anything happened. And usually they're only brave enough to come out on like Facebook, you know, with that kind of stuff. They're very hateful of like Koreans and Chinese people and foreigners in general, but especially Koreans and Chinese. And, you know, they kind of defend everything their government does, completely deny any kind of like war crime involvement. It's kind of weird because before I even came to Japan, I didn't know those people existed. Like, it wasn't even that many years ago that I found out there was Holocaust deniers, you know, like there's actually people who denied the Holocaust existed. Like, man, talk about a revelation to me. And then I come to Japan and then I start seeing these people who are like denying any sort of like war crimes. And but they only exist on the internet. I don't really see them in real life. I mean, I'm sure if I went to like Tokyo, I went to like Yasukuni Shrine, I would see some people who are got their megaphones out. And I know I've seen like in my local like busy city areas, like around like train stations, I've seen like the big black Yakuza vans with the kanji and the all over them, and the imperial flag and the big megaphones attached, blaring super loud patriotic music, and it's like so loud your ears are gonna bleed. So I know people exist, they exist, but they're a very loud, obnoxious minority. Pretty embarrassing, but you know, generally I think most of them only come out on the internet. YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. I've seen some videos of this stuff on YouTube. You'll have people who will get videos on YouTube. That is so weird. Like every time someone types Fukuoka into the chat, YouTube will hold it for review for me to accept it. Excuse me, I'm a little gassy from drinking. Every time someone types Fukuoka into the chat, it holds it for review. I don't know why. I wish there was I don't know if there's a setting where I could automatically approve that word, but I think YouTube looks at it and goes Fukuoka as like fuck. I don't know. They look at Fukuoka as like a dirty word, which is just absurd. So every time someone types in Fukuoka, it just holds it for review. And I don't get that, which is so fucked up because I live in Fukuoka. So it's very like annoying. It's not that much of an inconvenience that I just hit approve. But yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know when someone types in a comment that gets held for review, I don't know if they can see. Do you see that it says held for review, or only I can see that it says held for review? I don't know. But when I see it, I just approve it. You know, when people use profanity in my chat, I don't care because I use tons of profanity. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, basically, I'm just like going through I had some people in here earlier, you know, commenting in the live chat when they left. There was like 3 different people and they left. So now I'm just sort of just going through my phone and looking at like Google Chrome saved tabs where I've like going through some of my articles, just talking about random things. Some of it's about Japan. Some of it's about just random things that I don't care about. Like there is one about Kirin. Like my favorite beer is Kirin Lager. And there's something in here about like they have a brewery in Myanmar, which is like some kind of small Asian country that I don't know very much about. And apparently the brewery is like tied to genocide or something like that, which kind of sucks. Like the funds are being used for like the military, and they're like committing genocide against like minority groups in that country. I don't know. I find it funny that the UN is condemning it because the UN probably commits lots of horrible atrocities across the world. A lot of hypocrisy there. Yeah, there's nothing really to talk about there. I just find that funny. Whenever the UN gets involved in anything or starts condemning shit or trying to tell other countries what to do, I always find it kind of funny or hypocritical. Yeah. Because a lot of the countries in the UN are doing bad shit themselves, and apparently it's okay for them to do some really bad shit, but then they can tell other people what to do. I don't know. Guess that's not really much of an article to look at. What do you think of the Chuhai line of alcohol? I like some Chuhais. Think about Chuhais. Positives. They're cheap. There's a lot of variety. Cheap, lots of variety. There are some good flavors. And the biggest thing, because of the price and the variety, they're 9%, so they can get you drunk really fast and cheap compared to like beer and stuff like that. However, I feel like there's a lot of Chuhais that have really cheap, shitty tasting alcohol in it. So honestly, if you want to get drunk really fast to get more bang for your buck, you're better off buying a bottle of whiskey. Buying a bottle of whiskey, get some ice, some Coke, lemon soda, something, mix it up. Like, I really don't like getting Chuhais anymore. I think when I was sort of like a novice foreigner, I'm just like, I'm going to get a bunch of Chuhais. That's easy, right? 9%. It's 9% and it's cheap. And it's fruity. I like fruity stuff, but like that really cheap, nasty alcohol taste sort of takes the fun out of it. And I find it better to mix my own drinks. So I'll just get like a big bottle of something. And it's better to buy something larger because in the long run, it's going to be cheaper that way. You can mix it with stuff. Beer is a bit more expensive in Japan. And usually it's only like 4 or 5%. but I like beer. I like the taste of beer a lot more. So I guess it just depends on if you're trying to save money or if you care more about tastes. I don't know. Just depends on how much money you're willing to spend. There's some chew highs that are good, and there's some that are really shit. Yeah, like I noticed, like when I first started drinking chew highs, I thought they were amazing, but the longer I was drinking them, I started getting sick of them and like, this isn't very good. I don't know, maybe my taste had changed, or maybe I started drinking other stuff and realizing other stuff was better. So then, like, you go and drink chew highs, and you're like, this isn't as good. My favorite beer is Kidden Lager. It's still my favorite. I like mixing my own Jack and Coke lately. Yeah, I don't get a lot of Jack because I try as much as possible to constantly try new brands. Like I recently finished off this Claymore from Scotland. It's pretty cheap. And so I'm constantly trying to find new stuff. Same with chew highs. I try not to drink the same thing over and over and over because I'm constantly trying to find new stuff to try out on camera. But Kidden Lager, I will get that over and over because that's my favorite. Kidden Lager and Orion beer. It's like Okinawan draft beer. It's pretty good. They're both about 180 something yen. What we got going on here? Oh shit! Why won't that turn on? Okay. How long have I been growing my beard? Well, every few weeks I'll trim it. So like, not long. Like I don't just let it grow out. Like every few weeks I'll trim it, and the most it'll get is like maybe down here. It might get a little bit thick, and then I'll just trim it down. When it starts to get really, for Japan standards, because even this right now, this is pretty extreme for Japan. But when it starts to get a little too thick and a little too much here, where it's kind of like you're trying to eat food and you get like your mustache stuck in your mouth, or you get like food stuck in here, I try to trim it up as much as I can to look as presentable as I can, because I really don't want to have a baby face. I don't want to have a clean shaven face because I look really young. And I have a really small kind of face, so I like to grow a beard. I don't use any beard products. I don't know. I never have. I just shampoo and conditioner, which is weird because, like, most people assume, especially women who like to insult you via the internet, whenever they want to argue with you about something, they like to take little cheap troll shots at you, like, "Oh, your beard is so disgusting. You probably never wash it." And it's like, no, it's just like my hair. Every time I take a shower, I wash my beard with shampoo, and then I use conditioner and let it set, and then I rinse it out after a while and treat it just like my hair. It's like, and I always like to give them a stinger in response. I'd be like, "I bet you my beard hair is probably cleaner than your cooch," and then I tell them to fuck off. It's usually some really dumb looking bitch. Yeah, I fucking hate that. Like, when people say that, like, "Oh, your facial hair is so unhygienic and disgusting." It's like, I bet you my facial hair is probably more clean than you are. Oh, man. This is a good one. Opinion. Why do we love fat cats but discriminate against fat people? I don't even need to read this article at all to give an answer. Why do we love fat cats but discriminate against fat people? Just something I saw earlier today and I saved it on my phone. Because fat cats are cute and fat people aren't cute. Generally, I mean, I could be proven wrong, but generally, I've never seen like when you see a fat person, you think like, oh, like you feel concerned about their health and they don't look right. They look misshapen and sweaty and hairy and unkept. When you see a fat cat, it's like fluffy. This is a very stupid article. Just the title of the article. It's like, well, because it's a fucking animal and it's furry. It's got like soft, fluffy fur and it's cute. It's just different. And also because like, you know, if you have a fat cat or a fat dog, it's the owner's fault. Whereas like, yeah, I guess a fat person could make excuses like, oh, I have pituitary gland problems, or oh, it's my parents' fault. But like, it's like, dude, you're like 40 years old and your parents are dead. It's like, what's your excuse now? You know, and you know, and not to mention, but that cats and dogs are kind of dumb. Not really dumb. They're just not as they just don't have the same amount of intelligence, of potential to think for themselves and to take care of themselves like that. If you have a really fucking really obese cat or dog, it's 100% on the owner. You know, overfeeding it and not disciplining their animals. But like, you got a really really fat person. I mean, yeah, there is like food addiction. I understand that there's food addiction and there's like depression. There's like some mental trauma. But at the end of the day, it's still they still have they know better. Like they know it's bad for them to eat certain foods, to live a certain lifestyle. They know it's bad, and they're still like choosing to do it, even if there are some sort of excuses that make you understand why they're doing it. It's still at the end of the day up to them. Whereas like an animal, they're an animal. It's like me getting if I get pissed off at my puppy, you know, like I have a puppy, a beagle puppy. If I get pissed off for like if I leave something, you know, for it to chew on, it's gonna chew on it. And if I get pissed off that it like chewed up some wires on something, it's like, well, I shouldn't have left it there for it to get a hold of it. I should have like, you know, kept that out of the way. And I get mad like, oh, you chewed up my wires for that. It's like, well, it's a puppy, you know, but like a person, you know, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm even talking about this. That's a very, it's just, that's how stupid the article topic is. How many people in the chat now? Well, there's been consistently 3 to 5 people watching at all times. No less than 3, at most 5 since I started. But for some reason we got a couple lurkers. Like even when I had like 3 or 4 people in the chat contributing, there would be like 2 or 3 people who just like lurking about just watching. And now there's like 2 people just watching. Which I guess that's fine because it's like they're giving me watch time for YouTube. It's good for my stats. YouTube will push my videos more, my channel more, and suggest me to more new people who've never seen me. But it would be nice if they would announce who they are and introduce themselves, comment, talk about stuff. Would be cool. Yeah, it doesn't show the number of people on your screen. I figured it would show it. It should show the number of people watching live. Like I've only been live streaming since January. I think the most people I had were 6 or 7 people at a time. So having 3 right now is where it's slowed down because I've been doing it for an hour and a half. So the people who are commenting a lot have left. So yeah. Just people's name as they comment. Right now, it's just you. Total for this particular live stream, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 different people have made comments on this live stream. I think total amount of people watching has probably been like 7 or 8 or something, like 7 or 8 different unique different people, but like only 4 different people actually who commented, like who left a string of comments, and actually contributed to the chat. So about only half of the people who actually watched in total actually left comments, which is kind of disappointing. It's kind of weird, to see people who are watching and they're not commenting, and and then there's another person that just entered. So we got another person now we have 3 extra people watching, and I'm willing to bet that whoever just entered now probably won't chat. They'll probably watch for a little bit, but yeah, I'll always have 2 or 3 extra people just watching, and they won't really talk. They just sort of watch. And as a person who is pretty new to live streaming, it's kind of weird. It's kind of unsettling. Like, I wonder why they're watching and why they're not like commenting. You ought to do something live with Victor and Nagoya, as he gets lots of views, so you might get a significant boost. Yeah, I've been invited a couple times to do live stuff with him. He gave me a shout out like back in late November, early December. He reacted with another vlogger. He reacted live to one of my videos. Like, I made a pretty funny video about something that happened in Japan. I think the name of the video was "You Won't Believe What This Japanese Man Did," and it was about this Japanese guy who. I live in an apartment building, and across the hall from me, I have a neighbor, and they have potted plants in front of their door. And there was this delivery man, and he rang the doorbell to deliver something, and they weren't home. So I was like, "Who's making all that noise out there?" So I look out through the door hole, the peephole, and he looks around, and I'm like, "Why is he looking around? That's weird." So I naturally stay there for a few more seconds, and he unzips his pants, and he takes a huge piss in their potted plants. And so I decided to troll him and try to mess with him. And I unlock the metal door, which has this large metal sound that echoes through the hallway. And he doesn't even unzip it. He doesn't zip his pants up. He just runs up the stairs to the next floor. And then he goes back down and looks through and looks directly at my door because he knows where the sound of the lock comes from. And I'm like, shit. It's like, shit, now he knows which door it is. So then I have to like pretend I'm just going through my mail. Like, I open up my little mailbox door on the inside of my apartment door and look through my mail and then close it again. And he just bolts out and goes into his delivery van and just like a bat out of hell just flies out straight. And I come into my office, look out the slide glass door, and he's just boom flying out. Like, he's just like scared as hell that someone saw him. I heard that shout out. That is where I run interview. Oh, okay. Yeah, he was doing that live shout out, and I was in the live chat for a little bit because I saw on my YouTube homepage, because I'm subscribed to him. I saw a YouTube homepage where it said confronting a peeing salaryman or Japanese guy. And I was like, that looks like he's referencing my recent video that I put out the day before. And so I clicked on it, and he was talking about me. And I commented because he was making fun of hiding in my room. And I was like, I commented like, "Oh yeah, I'm jumping in at the best moment. You're making fun of hiding in my room. I'm on board with that. Let's make fun of him." And then he changed it to like, "Oh no, come and join us. Here's the link to our Google Hangout. Join us in a live chat." And I'm like, this is kind of really late notice. I wasn't expecting this. I'm not really prepared for this. You know, I'm not really feeling like being put on the spot live in front of lots of people. I've up at that point, I had never been on a live video before. And I had no idea what he was going to ask me or what he was going to say or what people in the chat were going to ask or say. And I'm a very private person. And so I was just like, I'm good. And at that time, I was editing a video because I upload daily. I upload daily videos. And at that time, I just jumped over just to see what he was talking about, to see if he was really talking about my video. And he was. And I was in the middle of editing a video that I was like on a deadline. I was trying to upload it by a certain time, like 8 p.m. or something. And I was like, all right, I'm trying to hurry up and finish and edit and render and upload. And I was like, nah, I'm good. Like 2 reasons. A, I don't want to be put on the spot like that, and wasn't sure if I was ready for that because it'd be kind of awkward. I don't want to get put on the spot and have people asking me private, personal questions that I don't feel comfortable or obligated to answer. And if I don't answer them, then people will be like, "What's wrong with this guy? Why can't you answer basic questions?" Because I just don't want to talk about it. And then if I don't answer it, then people will make up their own answers for me, and I don't want that. So it's just better not to join until I feel ready for it and comfortable. And I think I need more planning, and I need to talk to him privately and set some ground rules about things, because I'm kind of a control freak. I'm very OCD and a control freak, and I feel like I would have to set ground rules. Like there's certain things I don't want to be asked about or talk about, private things. And I'm very superficial like that. Like you can ask me my favorite fucking food or my hobbies, but like I don't want to talk about like private, personal, daily life things. Like if I want to talk about that, I'll make a very serious video that I can edit and control the narrative. Like I don't want to be put on a live spot and be made a fool of. And I think I explained this before to him or in another video. Like I said, like, I don't want to, I think he's the type of person that's, because he's like 50 something. So he's been around long enough and he doesn't care about what people think of him. He doesn't care if people judge him or make fun of him because he's already been through it all. Me, I'm still new to that. I don't have Reddit pages full of like trolls making fun of me and mocking my videos because I'm under the radar and I'm just not ready for that. I'm just taking it slowly. Like maybe I'm not ready for that big shout out yet and that big exposure. I need to build it up slowly and naturally. It's like some poor person winning like the lottery, but they don't know how to handle that kind of money and they blow it all in a year and become broke and in debt and way worse off than they were before. So like I want to naturally go up the steps instead of just jumping way up because I don't want it to like fuck with me. I forgot where I was going with this. OCD or ADD, both. Both. Yeah, but anyways, the thing I was saying is like he seems like the type that doesn't care what people think. And he seems like the type that if I said, "Hey, don't ask me about this. I don't want to talk about this." And he might say like, "Well, who cares? Like why do you care what people think?" And I was like, "Well, maybe that's what you're okay with. But I'm not you. Like I'm a different person. You should respect that. Otherwise, I can't be on your stream or your channel, your videos, whatever." And I feel like maybe even if he said that he would be like, "Okay, I won't ask you about that. I won't talk about this. I won't put you on the spot or try to expose you or create any kind of drama about you." But then maybe during the live stream, he might fuck me over. Because I've had people in the past do that shit. And I'm just like, I like to control the narrative and I'm a control freak. So like, I don't know. I would do a collaboration with him if it was like a recorded video that we can edit and I can say, "Hey man, I said something really cringy or I said something really embarrassing or stupid. Can you please cut that out so I don't look like a dumbass?" And I feel like he'd be the type of person that would not cut it out and he would just like leave it in to embarrass me because he'd be like, "What's the problem, man? It's no big deal. Who cares? It's funny." It's like, no, it's not. It's not for me. Like, it's why it took me so long to do live streams of my own because I had to do my own recorded videos for editing. And anytime I said anything stupid or forgot what I was talking about, or like sometimes I get overexcited and talk too fast and, jumble up my words, and I cut that stuff out and re-say what I was gonna say. So being live, that's been a learning curve for me. So I think the more I go live, the more I get used to it, the more likely the chance is that when someone does invite me to something that I might eventually get there. But I don't want to rush it and make a ass out of myself any more than I already do. I make an ass of myself already, and I'm cringy enough. I'm cringy enough when I'm edited, and now I'm cringy even more when I'm live on my own video. But at least I control the direction of it. Yeah, like if I was like an actor or something, I would be like super diva about it. Or if I was like in a band and I was like the lead singer, I'd be like super like control freak. Like I have to write all the music and lyrics and make all the band decisions. Like I'd probably be the sole reason that the band broke up. But that's just me. Because I'm insecure. I'm willing to admit that I'm insecure and that I have a lot to hide and I'm embarrassed about a lot of things and not very proud of myself or my life achievements. But at the same time, I don't want to like go into detail on it and really talk about it because I'm willing to tell people that I'm a loser. But I'm just like, hey, let's leave it at that. I'm a loser and I'm very like embarrassed about my private personal life, but I don't want to talk about it in detail. I understand that. I have been contemplating making videos for years and keep checking out. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's the ironic part. The ironic part is I'm incredibly shy and insecure, and I like to stay private, but at the same time, I've been making YouTube videos for like 3.5 years. It completely goes against everything that is me. Like the type of person I am, I should not be making YouTube videos. It's just so weird. Like I'll have some other vloggers going like, why do you have a YouTube channel then? If you're so shy and you're so insecure and you're so worried about what you're going to say or how people are going to perceive you, or you're worried about people mocking you or making fun of you, why'd you even start in the first place? Like your answer is as good as mine. I have no idea. It literally makes no sense. I wonder if I'm talking like way too loud. It's like I live in an apartment building and I have neighbors. I don't even know what day it is. All the days blend together. When you suffer from severe depression and you just don't care about life, all the days just sort of blur and just blend into each other. It is Tuesday. Wow, it's Tuesday. 1:40 a.m. Goddamn. Still the night is still pretty young. But at the same time, that's just personally for me. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are like, dude, it's 1:30 in the morning. Shut the fuck up, stupid foreigner, yelling in English. I feel like I'm not that loud, but maybe I might be loud because Japanese walls are super thin. You gotta miss those American apartments where the walls are super thick and soundproof. When I used to live in like my American apartment, like the walls were super thick. I could blast lots of music, movies, video games. Like I have surround sound and just boom. And no one ever complained all the years that I lived there. And I would never hear my neighbors ever. But anytime I opened my front door to go out in the hallway, I would hear tons of loud music or movies playing, super loud. But then as soon as I close my front door from the inside, I hear nothing. Open it up again. Holy shit, that's loud. Lots of kids screaming and crying and people yelling and cars and motorcycles revving up. Close it. Nothing. It was fucking beautiful. And that's how I knew that I can just make as much noise as I want and no one cares. But here you got to be careful. It kind of sucks. I haven't had any complaints like no written notices from a landlord or any kind of police thing. But I've had recently, like I've been in this apartment for like 2.5 years, I think, maybe longer, maybe 2.5 to 3 years, somewhere in between there, and never had any complaints. But recently, the last couple months, I've had some banging on the wall a few times. Hasn't It's been in many weeks, like at least a couple. I don't know if I've had any complaints this year yet, but in the past few months, I've had a few boom, 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 and yeah, like it's kind of annoying. I don't know. I think it's if I'm playing something and I have my subwoofer and maybe the bass, maybe not just the volume, but maybe it's the bass rumbling. They might feel that because they don't really complain if I'm making a video and I'm sort of talking loud. It's nice to have a microphone pretty close right here. So I don't know. I feel like I'm straining my voice though if I'm talking too loud. So I'm trying to talk a little lower because I lost my voice for like 2 weeks from being sick. Couldn't speak, just whisper. And I've gotten it back, but it's still kind of sandpapery. So I kind of need to like keep it low and not strain my voice. I feel like I'm straining my voice now because I've been live streaming for almost 2 hours and talking nonstop. So I'm not 100% healed up. I did get kicked out of a previous apartment. It was really small. Like this one's like nice size for Japan anyway. But the previous one was like literally like a shoebox. Not literally, but I don't know why I said literally, but it was like figuratively like a shoebox, and got a lot of complaints. Ironically, a Japanese landlord won't tell you about any of these complaints until they kick you out. Like you'll have neighbors that will call or something and complain to the landlord about noise complaints, and your landlord will wait until you get a certain amount of complaints, and then they'll put a notice on your door saying you're getting evicted because you've been getting complaints. It's like, okay, well then why are you not telling me about this the first time so that I can adjust my behavior? Because maybe I'm not realizing how loud I am or realizing that people can hear me. Instead, you're just waiting until, there's a certain amount of offenses, and then you're like, oh, get out. That seems like something that should be illegal, right? Welcome to Japan. Because I don't think that would happen in America. I think if you got a noise complaint, your landlord would talk to you about it because they want your money, right? Because it would be much easier for them to just say, hey, correct your behavior, and then they can keep collecting rent on you rather than kicking you out, and then they have to find someone to fill your vacant residency. That's a lapse in revenue for them. It would make more sense for them to just say, hey, be quiet, so they can keep making money off you rather than kicking you out and then they have to find someone else to move in. Oh boy. So I still got 4 people in here watching, now 3, and no one's commenting. That's very strange. Excuse me 1 second. Look what we got here. Booyah. Damn. What we got here? This is gonna mess me up, yo. Smells alright. Some sake. I have no idea what the percentage of alcohol is. Man, I don't know why that happens. My Xbox One just randomly turns itself on sometimes. And I just had to turn it off. I don't know why that happened. That's happened twice today. Like I have an Xbox One Connect, but it's disconnected and I put that in my closet. So there's no voice command. But sometimes my Xbox One will just turn itself on randomly. I don't get that. But anyways, I got a little bit of sake here. Ooh. It's very... I don't know how to describe sake. What brought you to Japan? Why Kyushu? Adventure, culture, challenge. Yeah, without going into a lot of detail, without really talking about anything sort of detailed or private information, any kind of personal stuff, we're going to use very superficial and vague descriptors here. Adventure, culture, challenges, just life challenges, doing something crazy and different, and I don't know, getting out of Kentucky. And instead of just moving to like another state, like, oh hey, I'm gonna move out of Kentucky and move to like Florida or New York or California, I'm gonna move to the other side of the planet because that's crazy and I'm crazy. Oh hell no, you're not getting the nitty gritty. Maybe if you're subscribed for a long time and hitting that notification bell, I feel like I'll get there eventually. It's still something I've never really talked about. If I was to talk about it, it'd be like a very proper video, something that would have lots of advertising and marketing behind it, like to make sure that more people saw it at one time. Yeah, I get it. I get you're joking, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean that's really the best answer I can give. It's just very vague, cliche answers like, "Oh, I like the culture. Oh, I thought it would be interesting. I thought it would be a challenge. I didn't think it would be as hard as it is, but it actually is way harder, and now I have to drink a lot to hide the pain." Kyushu. Oh man, Kyushu is really underrated. There's a lot of people that want to live in Tokyo and Osaka, and I'll admit I'd like the chance to maybe live there, but it probably won't happen. But I think a lot of people don't know much about Kyushu or give it any sort of thought in terms of visiting or living. And the ones that do tend to like it. So it's one of those underrated gems, I guess. How long you been here? August 23rd, 2016. Plenty of people move to Japan, but Kyushu is way underrated and a really good choice. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I've only lived in Fukuoka. I've never lived anywhere else in Japan the entire time I've been here, so I can only go based on my own knowledge, based on my own experience. So, like, if someone said, like, hey, where should I move to Japan? I'd be like, I'm not the good person to ask for that. Like, you'd have to ask someone who's been to multiple different places. So, because they would have a better idea. Like, I can't sit there and be like, "Oh, you want to move to Japan? Oh, move to Fukuoka, move to Kyushu or something." Because like, I can't say that. I can't. I'm like, you got to do your own research and ask other people who've had more varied experience. Because I don't want to just tell someone to come where I live because they might not like it, or maybe I have a very limited experience and maybe there are better places for other people. I don't want to tell people to come here just because I'm here. But I will say it probably is underrated. Uh, just because no one ever talks about it. It seems like people talk about like the really big, which Fukuoka is a pretty big city. It's a pretty big city, and it's got several million people in the major city area, and it's consistently ranked every year as one of the most livable cities in the world. Like not just Japan, but like I've seen it where Fukuoka was listed as one of the top cities in the world to live, where people are like happy and less stressed out, have a better, less stressful work culture. Fukuoka is one of the funnest places ever. Yeah. Have lived in 8 prefectures. That's a lot. It was like 47 prefectures, and I probably can't name all of them still. As embarrassing as that is, I probably can't name all of them. Although, I bet you a lot of people who like move to America from a foreign country probably can't name all 50 states, even if they live in America for a few years. They probably still can't name all the states or all the capitals. So, hell, I mean, I haven't been in school since I was like, I'm 30 now, so I probably can't remember all the state capitals anymore. Maybe when I was a kid, I can remember all of them, and I can point to all of them on a map, but like maybe not anymore. So obviously, I'm not going to know all the prefectures yet. March 19th, 2010. Oh, damn, it's almost 10 years. So the question is, how is your progress on getting that permanent residency yet? That's got to be coming up soon. If you don't already have it. If you don't already have it, then you should definitely be getting there soon, unless you left for a certain amount of time and came back. But if you've been consistently here and not leaving to go live other places, you've had a consistent residence, consistent flow of income and a job. Like the thing is like for like permanent resident, they don't want to give it to people who constantly switch jobs, switch different places they live. They want people who are like stable. You want to live in the same place for as long as you can, have the same job as long as you can. And if you do leave jobs or move somewhere else, then you can tell them like, oh, I moved to a bigger house because I made more money, or maybe I got married, had children, and like you need a bigger residence, or oh, I switched jobs so many times because I kept moving up to bigger and better, more higher paying jobs. So like that's good. But if you're moving around a lot of jobs because you get fired or you quit, or you move into different residencies because you get evicted, that's bad. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so 20 years. Oh, wow. So that means that you were 20 years. So that's before you even came to Japan, like a good 10 years before. So you probably already had permanent residency for many years. It's very easy when it's like that. And of course you'll have people who will cry how it's unfair. Like, oh, you got permanent residency so much quicker than me, even though I've been here this long. It's like, well, that's just how Japan views it. The immigration, they look at someone who's married and has children. They look at that as a higher priority of stability and assimilation than someone who teaches English for like 10 years, which you might be teaching English anyway. But even if you're teaching English still, they look at that, oh, you married one of our people. Oh, you're having children. They look at that as more stable and more contributing, which is obvious because they don't take English teaching serious at all. English teaching is a joke, and they'll hire like anybody to teach English, and the standards are pretty low, and these kids don't actually ever really learn good English. Yeah, so like they probably look at like being married and procreating as more beneficial to their economy. Where is AW living? Who's AW? I don't know who AW is. Marriage visas are so much easier here than the US. It is one of the things Japanese do well. It's true. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy. It's certainly a lot easier than any other visa in Japan. Like getting a work visa or student or a business visa. And you certainly can get permanent residency a lot faster. Which is why I think a lot of people who are on spousal visas get a lot of like online hatred. They get shit on for it. Yeah, like they'll get shit on for having a marriage visa and getting permanent residency within like 3-4 years, and then like the person who's been living here for like 10, 11, 12 years plus is still getting 1-year visas every year, and they get pissed off. It's like, well, go marry a national, go pump a baby in them. Duh. That takes some real balls, you know what I'm saying? Might not be the smartest idea because it can really blow up in your face, but it takes some balls, so that's what they're looking at. They're looking like, how willing are you to assimilate, I think. Active duty from August 99 to September 2003 in Atsugi, Yokosuka, for PCSing to San Diego. Right. Well, if you guys don't mind, you guys can chat with each other for a minute. I have to pee because drinking and stuff. I have to pee. I'll be right back in a minute. Holy moly, I got 5 people in here now. Yo. 3 other people who have joined. What is up? Please join in the chat and say what's up, what's going on. Yeah, I went to take a pee. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened. Like I pull up my, like, I guess what you call like jogging pants, like those gray jogging pants, like Rocky. I guess you pull it up and you realize, oh no, a little bit of piss dripped down, like a little, like, you know, like when you pee and you shake it off, but then like you put your pants back on, a little bit drips out, and then you feel it run down your leg while you have your pants on, and you feel like you got cold pee on your knees. Why am I talking about this? That's really personal. Of course I wash my hands, but I do have pee on my legs. But I have pants on now. It's like a little bit of like a little drip. It's like, fuck. I hate that. I'm not even drunk enough for that. If I was more drunk, then it'd be acceptable, but I'm not even really drunk. I'm just like a little buzzed. It's unacceptable behavior, Johnny. God damn it. Yeah, I always wash my hands. I'm a real germaphobe. I wash my hands way too much in a day, like every day. Whoa. Some sake. That is some. Oof. Although I will admit, this is like the best sake I've ever had. I've had some really shitty sake. Well, like, I don't know what it is, man. Like, I don't know if other dudes have that problem, but like, you pee, you shake it off, you think you're good, you put your pants back on, and you feel a little drip, 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 and you're like, I got like a leaky faucet, like some leaky plumbing. What's going on there? I don't know. I've always had that problem my like entire life. I don't know. That's probably something I shouldn't admit to, but who knows? Maybe other dudes are like, dude, I get it. I don't know. Don't know. I really don't really care that much if it's embarrassing, because there's plenty of other horrible things in life to be embarrassed about, and that's kind of like lower on the list of things to be embarrassed about. It's like, yeah. My wiener is sometimes a leaky faucet. Sake, a nice hot one on a cold night, or a cold one before dinner on a really hot night. Go see a doctor, as healthcare here is cheap. Wow. That's funny that you say I need to see a doctor for that, because like I've had that problem my entire life since childhood. So like I didn't think that was a problem. I just thought that was just a normal thing. Yeah, you piss, you shake it off, you put your underwear back on, like, oops, drip, drip. Oh. Like, maybe I do have a problem. I don't know. Who knows, man? I'm not really a doctor person. I haven't gone to the doctor that many times in my life. My parents didn't really take me to the doctor that much. Or the dentist. Which is why I have really bad teeth. Well, maybe I should. I should definitely see a doctor more often, because I might have some kind of medical issues and I wouldn't know about it, because I rarely go to the doctor unless I'm like deathly ill. So for all I know, I could have cancer right now and I wouldn't know, because the last time I had like a blood test was like 2 years ago. And honestly, I think 2 years ago was like one of the only blood tests I ever had in my life, because it was mandatory, because Japan's very like mandatory about that when you get jobs and stuff. Whereas in America, you get jobs and it's like they don't care. They don't make you get like a health checkup and do blood work. I don't know. I guess that's a Japan thing. Of course, a couple years ago when I got blood work done, I was completely clean. So, how's the coronavirus scare down in Fukuoka? Honestly, I wouldn't know. I can't say I have my finger on the pulse. I don't think people are that worried about it, because I go out and I always have my face covered up with a mask, and I see tons of people who don't have mask on. Kind of weird, because Japan's well known for having lots of people with face masks, but I'll see just as many people. You would think with the scare that you'd have almost everybody wearing a face mask, but there's plenty of people not wearing a face mask, even though it's like dead of winter. It's very cold outside, and we got this virus scare. So I don't know. Then again, these are the same people who can't ride a bicycle, can't drive a car, and don't watch where they're walking. They're too busy glued to their phone or looking at the ground or looking up at signs or buildings. And this is a great time to talk about it. I feel like I'm going to talk about this for the rest of my life in Japan. It's just one of those things where I just like continually complain about it forever and ever and ever endeavor because like they I don't think they're uncomfortable. I'm used to it. But like riding a bicycle, I don't know, because maybe because you've been here for like 10 years and I've only been here for like 3.5. But I think riding a bicycle is the most stressful, irritating thing you could possibly do in Japan because like it's so crowded and like there's so many people and there's so many people who don't watch where they're walking, they don't watch where they're riding their bicycle, people who drive cars, like people like I don't I feel like I need to get my GoPro out. Like I have a GoPro. I feel like I need to get my GoPro. I have an attachment on my bike to attach my GoPro to my handlebar. I need to I've had a few videos of like shorter videos, but I need to get more lengthy videos. I wish I could live stream for this, but I can't. I can't live stream. This is an older model that can't live stream. So like I wish I could live stream, but I need to get my GoPro and like go places, just random places in the city and show you I mean you probably know, but like there's a lot of people that don't know. Because I don't, people will probably think I'm just complaining or I'm exaggerating or making stuff up. But that is like the single most irritating thing in Japan for me personally is riding a bicycle. Like people are just, and nobody looks out where they're walking, or where they're going. And and like I'm the one that's responsible for everyone else's safety. And there's just, I don't think this country has a birth rate problem, like the birth rate decline. I think it has too many people. The problem is they have too many old people. It's not that there's not enough people. There's just not enough babies. There's too many old people. People are living way too long, and there's not enough young people filling up those vacant jobs. There's plenty of people. There's plenty of people here. Too many people. So when they say they have a population problem, they mean like workforce-wise. Like they don't have enough people for the workforce. There's a lot of old people. Advancement of like medicine and technology. People are just living really longer than was naturally intended. And yeah, man, like people just do not watch where they are walking. Like I feel very stressed out and I get very angry. I don't know what it is. Like, are some people on drugs? Do we have like a heavily medicated nation where people are just tripping out on drugs and they're just in a trance? Or we got old people with dementia, or maybe a combination of both? You're either in a trance on drugs, like you're either in a trance because you're on drugs or because you're old and you're like demented or something, or you're just staring at your phone. Or I mean, I've asked some Japanese people their opinions on this, and some of them have different opinions. It's like a combination of like they don't give a fuck about other people and their surroundings. Like you have to look out for them. They don't care about looking out for you. Like it's up to you to not hit them with your bicycle. Like they'll just walk back and forth on a sidewalk without looking behind them. They'll cross the sidewalk. They'll cross like the street, jaywalking. They don't care. They either don't care or they're not paying attention. Like they have a very serious lack of situational awareness. Maybe it's one or the other for some different people, or maybe it's both. I guess it just depends on the person. But either way, it's just like I just find myself getting very angry. I'm just going like, what the fuck? Just pay attention. Like people, there'd be like a sidewalk and there's lots of stores lined up on the sidewalk. They're like, there's not a lot of space in Japan, I'm sure you know. And people will just go darting out of the store without even looking both ways. They'll just dart out and go across the sidewalk. And I'm just like, I don't want to hit somebody. My Japanese is not good. I don't want to say not that good. It's not good. It's shit. I don't want to hit somebody. I don't want them calling the police. I don't want to have to interact with the police. I've been here for a while, and yet I have yet to interact with the police, not even once, and I'm very lucky for that. I don't want to hit somebody because they're a dumb shit. I don't want to get involved in any accident because I'm an idiot. Because if I do get involved in an accident, it won't be my fault. Because I am very careful. I'm very, very hyper focused, and people are just sort of just like, it's like they're just completely just like out of it. And I just want to scream at people, like come on, man. Like, I don't want to hit some little kid. Like, why are little kids walking around by themselves? There's like little toddlers walking around by themselves in a busy city. They shouldn't be. And then you got old people who just all over the place. Like, it's like, pick a side. Yeah, that's the thing. As much as I complain, as much as I spent the last like 5 minutes complaining about bicycles, I definitely don't want to drive a car. I don't have a license. I can't afford a car. But even if I could afford a car and get a license, I have no interest in driving. I've seen the way people drive. It's so deadly. Like, I see every week I see multiple articles about little kids getting hit by old people. They really need to do something about these old people driving. They need to get tested a lot more frequently when they get to a certain age. And there's a lot of people that just need to get their license taken away for public safety. Like, yeah, like, I'm the kind of person that's not really big on like government interference in personal life. Like, I'm kind of like anti-government, anti-police. Like, I'm more about like personal liberties. But where I draw the line is when your liberties infringe on everyone else's liberties and personal safety. That's where you have to have a common like community coming together and be like, okay, we got to do something about this. Like, you're too old to drive. You're not mentally able to drive safely. You know, that's when people should be able to like, yeah, we have the right to tell you like, hey, your freedoms end when your freedoms end where it infringes upon my freedoms to be safe and and live a normal life. What kind of bicycle do you have? I don't know. Like, I think I put up a video of it on YouTube somewhere. I put up a short clip of what it looked like. I wish I was more organized with these videos. I have playlists, but I don't think this one's on a playlist. Johnny in Japan. Bike. Maybe my new bike. No. My new bicycle. I don't know. Like, oh, well, I think mine's like a mountain bike. It's not meant for the road. It's meant for like the mountain, like trails and stuff. I don't know where. I remember I had like a 40 or 50-second clip of me showing my new bike, and now I've had some first-person GoPro videos of me riding my bike. Yeah, so yeah, it's just some regular mountain bike. I forgot how much it costs. It's blue. I forgot what the name of the brand is. Yeah, I think it's just like a mountain bike. I don't have a driver's license. I am from Kentucky. AAA International Drivers Permit. Or IDP. I don't know what either of those things are. Mountain bike is $1,000. Yeah, your bike costs way more than mine. Yeah, but honestly, whether my bike is cheap or expensive, it would still be incredibly stressful and irritating to ride one in public. It's just it's pretty messed up. Like I'm sure you've tried to ride your bike in Japan and you've had to maneuver around people, because if you don't look out for people around you, they will not look out for you. They do not care. They either have no situational awareness, like they're just completely absent-minded, or they are just completely rude assholes and they do not care. Or maybe it's it depends on the person, or maybe it's a combination of both. It just depends. I can't really say. I haven't lived here long enough. I've asked different Japanese people what they think it is. Some people think that it's just stupidity. Some people think they don't just care. Some people think it's both. It just depends. You can't really generalize everybody, but so it could be just different factors, different people. All I know is that there seems the general theme is it's very stressful and people just aren't being responsible with their safety, with their surroundings, being aware and paying attention. Everyone's distracted. There's too many distractions. And it's not even just phones. Like, it's bad enough when you got the phones, but then you got people who are blocking the sidewalk, and they're just standing there, like a group of people just standing there staring up at a building, up at a sign. It's like or maybe a restaurant or something. It's like, just go inside, or like they won't look before they back up or move forward. They won't look to see if someone's coming. And you think, okay, I'm just going to go this way. But then suddenly they'll back up, or they'll be walking along and suddenly they'll turn left. And you're like, can you like look over your shoulder to make sure no one's coming? Like, I don't understand that. Like, and I know technically, legally, you're supposed to be on the road if you're on a bike, but there's so many people riding bikes that it's impossible for everybody to be on the road, because there's only so much space that you can be on the left side of the road, because cars don't watch where they're going. Cars will run your ass over. You got to be very careful if you're going on the road, and there's just too many people for everybody to be on the road. So you're going to have tons of people on the sidewalk out of necessity, and most people don't follow that law anyway. Most people go on, like 95% of the people, I think, go on the sidewalk. And that's just a number I'm making up. Let's just say almost all. It's very rare that I see somebody on the road. Very few people actually go on the road. People who are in a real hurry will go on the road. But the police do not enforce anybody going on the road. They don't tell you, hey, get off the sidewalk. Other people don't get mad at you or give you dirty looks when you're on the sidewalk. It's just accept that you're going to be on the sidewalk. Technically, I think it's illegal from what I've been told, but no one follows it. There's so many laws here that they're technically the law, but they're not enforced. And I think that's probably the problem, is a lot of people just do what the fuck they want because they know no one's going to do anything about it. Go to AAA.command, check out the IDP. I mean, I'll look at it just because I have no idea what it is. But I've said this before, like in the past, I have no interest in driving a car in Japan. Like, I really don't want to be responsible for driving a vehicle in this country. Because in America, like, I lived in a place where you had to have a car to go anywhere. There wasn't a whole lot of sidewalks. There wasn't a whole lot of room for bicycles. People didn't ride bicycles. In my country, well, particularly in my area, like, riding a bicycle was looked at as, like, it was frowned upon. Like, people who rode bicycles were little kids in suburban neighborhoods where there's sidewalks and, dead-end streets and stuff like that, quiet neighborhoods, and people who were, like, avid fans of bike riding. Like, they wear like the professional skin tight gear and the helmets and the sunglasses, and they usually were very annoying, and you'd honk your horn at them to get off the fucking country roads, and they would make you go slow. Like, I hated those people. But now that you're in Japan, I feel like a hypocrite, because now I'm that guy who's annoying But see, everyone else is annoying too, so it's just the way it is, part of life here. I hate riding a bicycle, but it's kind of like a necessary evil because I don't want to ride a car. Because like riding a car would be way worse, like so much worse. Like I've seen the way people drive cars here, and it's much worse from like Kentucky. Like there's such a lack of situational awareness. Like I don't know how many times I've almost been fucking wiped out on my bike or walking from old people. Like it's not just old people. Like I've had young people too, but like it's definitely a larger amount of old people who you get a green light on the crosswalk at a major intersection and they'll try to speed up and fucking turn and run you over in the middle of the crosswalk. There's tons of people in the crosswalk and they'll be like, they can't wait. They're just sitting there trying to run people over. It's just absurd. Or people pulling into parking lots, pulling out of driveways. Like people don't look. Like people will be pulling out of a driveway where you're on a sidewalk and they'll look one way because that's the way they're pulling out and they're making sure cars aren't coming that way, but they won't look the other way and see the bicycle coming towards them. I don't know, man. I just don't know if it's a lack of situational awareness. Maybe it's part of the culture. They're just used to being that way, or they just don't fucking care. I don't know. And definitely old people don't care. Old people don't give a shit. Me too. I'm not sure what you're saying me too about, because I said a lot of stuff there. See, the thing is, like, when I start talking and I start getting on a rant, I try not to look at the chat for a little bit, because if I keep looking at the chat while I'm talking, I'll get distracted and then I'll forget what I was talking about. And if I'm on like a tangent, I have to finish it, my thought, my long ass thought before I read the comments. I'm from Southern California, so I hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I bet it's way more crowded there. Let's grow a year, document the progress of it together. I'm 2.5 months. A year? You mean a beard? I always end up trimming it. Like I end up trimming it every few weeks. Like I trimmed it like a couple days ago, and that's grown back out. My beard grows pretty quickly. I forgot to. Yeah, I know, because like I talk really fast, as I have to. I have to talk really fast so I don't forget what my point was. Like I have to get on it. If I lose my train of thought, I won't get it back, and I'll be like really upset about it. It'll drive me crazy if I forget what I was talking about and what my point was, like what I was trying to build up towards. Let's not shave for 1 year. Oh, I don't think I could do that. Not here, not in this country. Like seriously, little kids would be crying. People would be calling the police on me. They'd be like, "There's some kind of like Sasquatch." Seriously, I got those like Viking genetics. I'd be like, brrr. I look like fucking Gandalf or Dumbledore or something. It's hard enough being a white guy in Japan. People are already scared of me. Imagine, and people are already scared enough of the facial hair. Probably people avoid me on the sidewalks. Be walking on the sidewalk. There's plenty of room on this big sidewalk, and I'm not looking at them. I'm not. And there's plenty of room, but they'll quickly dart over to the other side of the road and they'll be like looking, and as soon as they pass me, they'll go back over to my side and they'll be looking behind them and shit. It's like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to bother you. I'm worried that you're going to bother me and try to talk to me like some kind of like Gaijin hunter or something. And like you'll have like the mothers who have like little toddlers, little children, and there's plenty of room on the sidewalk, but they'll sit there and like pull their child to the other side of them, on the opposite side of me. Like they're afraid that I'm going to kidnap their child. Like I'm going to pick up their kid and run away. This is like a weird segue. I don't know how we got into that topic. Oh yeah, because of the beard stuff. But yeah, like people are fucking terrified. Yeah, so it's like I don't want to steal your bratty ass loud children, because a lot of times these little Japanese kids would be like screaming and sitting on the ground outside, just screaming and sitting on the ground, and the parents will just walk away. That's some weird stuff. They, they just walk away from their kids while their kids just screaming. See, people say that. People say that all the time, but they're not there. They're not seeing it from my eyes. There are people who literally look like they're terrified. They look like they're worried. They'll see me and they'll quickly dart across the street. And then as soon as they pass me, like I've been here enough time and seen it enough times to know that I'm not reading into it and I really am seeing it for what it is. They will quickly go across the street, and as soon as they pass me, they'll go back to my side. Like they're afraid that I'm gonna like talk to them or something, maybe ask them for directions or try to be like buddies with them or something. They can't speak English or something. They're afraid I'm gonna speak English. Uh, and as for the women who have the children, I don't know what that's about. Like literally, like their children will be on one side of them, the side that I'm walking, and they'll. Oh my god! I'm like, oh my god, come over here! Oh my god! It's like I don't want your kid. I don't want your bratty kid. You can keep it. I feel like I need to wear a T-shirt that says like, "I just look scary. I just look like a homeless guy." Like it's all appearance. I am completely harmless. In fact, there's plenty of like Japanese guys you should be worried about stealing your children or molesting your schoolgirl children on the train. Like it's not going to be me. It's like my hands are right here. So that's kind of weird. I guess that's the xenophobia. It's like who's more likely to sexually assault a woman at night on the street here? Me or another Japanese guy, some middle-aged salaryman? I'm going to go with the middle-aged salaryman. Is more likely to do it because they'll probably get away with it. They'll get a slap on the wrist and maybe pay a fine to the victim. Me, I'll be in prison for fucking ever and not get a speedy fair trial and no phone calls, and then I'll get deported forever. But and then it'll probably be on the news big time, the national news, and they'll make a really big ruckus about it, and lots of right wing people will be like, "Oh, goddamn foreigners, keep them out." A lot of hysteria. But whenever Japanese people do the same thing, it's sort of just like swept under the rug. I don't know. That's a really serious topic. I'm laughing about it, but it's actually kind of serious. A lot of stuff gets swept under the rug here. And then there's the whole like 99% conviction rate. Yeah, you mean forced confessions. That's where a lot of people get lost. Like when it comes to the J vlogger, a lot of J vloggers. I don't like to call myself a J vlogger. We're just happen to talk about Japan because we're both from Japan. Frankly, I'll talk about anything. Like it doesn't have to be about Japan. In fact, I prefer if it's not about Japan because like I feel like that's an easy go-to. Like, oh, I can just talk about Japan because I live here, and it's a niche thing, but there's just so many people already talking about Japan. Yeah, but there's a lot of people who are super positive all the time about Japan, and not a lot of people talking about the negative stuff. And the people who do talk about the negative stuff, they usually get shit on. So I try not to talk about too much negative stuff, but I feel like if I don't, I'm being kind of a hypocrite, and I'm not being honest. There's plenty to talk about. I mean, there's plenty of stuff to talk about in any country, any bad stuff, but for some reason, if you talk about negative stuff in Japan, you're like just a bitter gaijin or something. I was like, well, maybe I am a bitter gaijin, but it still doesn't like dismiss that there are some really fucked up shit going on, and I have legitimate gripes to make or concerns. I was like looking up. I was looking up, trying to look up my videos for my bicycle to try to tell you what type of bike it is, maybe get a picture of it. But all I'm getting is Two Wheel Cruise, some kind of blonde-haired Japanese, not Japanese guy, blonde-haired Western guy. I don't know what country he's from. Some blonde-haired Western guy who's like a cycling enthusiast, the bad kind of cycling. Like, I ride a bicycle because I don't have a car, because it helps me get around a lot faster to places. This guy rides a bicycle because it's fun for him. And basically, he's probably the type of person. I'm sure he's a nice guy, and I don't want to start any drama, so please don't like snitch tag him and be like, oh, this Johnny guy talks shit about you. But he's probably the type of guy that in his own Western country made a lot of car drivers very angry, honking their horns and him just being generally in the way. Because he's the kind that wears like the skin tight, like spandex suits and the aerodynamic helmets and the sunglasses, and has like the really expensive bikes, but yeah, his like entire channel is based off of like GoPro shit. Like, I don't know. Although Japan's probably the best country to do that, because people aren't going to get pissed off at you for being in the way, because it's just accepted that you ride a bike everywhere. If you ride a bike everywhere, people are okay with that. He has a Vietnamese wife, and they both cycle together in different countries. I feel like the only reason he's got so many views is because he has a Vietnamese wife in like most of his thumbnails. And she's kind of cute. I mean, not really my type, but objectively speaking, she's kind of cute. And I can see how people would click on their videos a lot. I can see why they have so many views. Because it's certainly not for the guy. He's like a typical white guy in Japan. It's definitely, they clicking on it for the female in the thumbnails. People who got the yellow fever. I'm just being honest about that. Like, yeah. Huh. It looks like he's in a thumbnail for someone else's channel. It's got 340,000 views. Maybe some kind of collaboration. That might help. He might have got some big shout out from some big channel. Huh. Let's see. How many people? I don't do that. What don't you do? What is it that you don't do? You mean you don't like you don't read or read? Wow, okay. I guess the alcohol is finally setting in. Finally setting in because I'm feeling a little bit sluggish in the way I'm speaking. You don't do that. You don't why did I say read? You don't do cycle gear, right? That's what I was thinking. Thanks for saying it for me, because I knew what I wanted to say, but for some reason it wasn't coming out. Yeah, like the whole hobby cyclist 5. I got a specialized rock hopper. What in the world is a rock hopper? I'm sure you're going to tell me in the next 5 seconds, but I'm just going to go ahead and look it up just in case you're not there. Rock hopper. Some kind of mountain bike, I guess. Okay, here's some pictures. There's a Wikipedia. Rockhopper penguin. Fictional pirate penguin in online game Club Penguin. Rockhopper Airlines. Oil company. Type of mountain bike. I'm not really getting a lot of information on Wikipedia for this. It's just a type of mountain bike, a rock hopper. Yeah, I'm doing an internet search, but it's just saying it's like a type of mountain bike. Oh, let's see here. But what's the difference between? Because I have a mountain bike, but maybe I don't know if it's called a rock hopper. You'd have to look up some of my old videos. Like I think I have some playlists for my bike riding stuff. I have a few GoPro bike ride videos. Let me look at my playlist here. I have way too many playlists. Should be under GoPro. Yeah, GoPro bicycle ride. How many videos do I have under that? 5? Yeah, I have 5 videos under GoPro bike ride stuff. You really can't see the first video in the playlist, it's called Cycling Through the Japanese Countryside ASMR. Yeah, I put ASMR in the title because there's no talking and it's just a relaxing drive through the countryside on my bike. So I put ASMR because I figured that would be a good tag. It got decent views. I mean, for me anyway, it's not that many views, but for me, it was a lot of views at the time. Yeah. So I don't really know what type of bike I have. I think it's a mountain bike. I wish I could find the video where it's like actually showing it. I don't think I ever took any pictures of it. Let's see. I don't know why it says held for review. Sorry for not participating. Been folding laundry and shit. Anyway, gotta go. Oh, for shit. Oh, okay. Show. Let's approve that. I don't know. I wish there was a setting. I don't know. I keep saying I'm gonna change the settings, but then I never change the setting. Like, I don't know if I can or not. I want to change this. If there's a setting for it, I want to change it to where people can use profanity and it doesn't get held for review, because I don't know why it does that. I mean, I know why it does it, but I don't know how to change it. Rockhopper is the product name and specialize in the company. Link it below and I'll watch it later. Right. Let's see. Well, let me open up the YouTube over here. Go to my channel. Then go to my playlist. Where is my playlist? There we go. View full playlist. Share. Copy the link. I'll just share the entire playlist. It's like 5 videos of me like riding around. The first video is me riding around Fukuoka countryside. And then there's like 4-part video of me riding around like the city. Let's see. Where is... Okay, there it is. I'm doing housework too. You're doing housework at like 2:30 in the morning? Well, 2:42, but I'm just rounding it down. Let's see. I got... There's a link. There's a link to my playlist for that. It's not exciting or anything. It's just some GoPro footage of my bike, just me riding around. Might be interesting to some people. I don't know. It's basically catered towards people who don't live in Japan, who will literally watch anything about Japan. Like they see a GoPro, a first-person view GoPro bike ride through a Japanese city or a Japanese countryside, and the people who are like Japanese, like obsessed, will click on that shit. But I imagine people who live in Japan probably like don't give a shit about that. So like it's basically catered towards people who are wanting to live in Japan. Most J-vlogger videos are like that. They're just catered towards people who want to live vicariously through videos, and they dream of coming here and getting their dreams crushed when they realize it's not what they thought it was. Yeah, it's always sad when people don't listen to you. Like whether it's Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, people never want to listen. People who've never been to Japan never want to listen to the advice of people who've done it. People who are currently doing it, who've done it for years, and who have plenty of knowledge and advice and experience. And they just go like, if you say anything that shatters their like fantasy or their plans, then they'd just be like, "Oh, you're just trying to like discourage me, or you're just a bitter foreigner." You know, it's like, even if I am a bitter foreigner, that's all the more reason to listen to me. Learn from my mistakes. Like actually listen to a person who's been there. You've never been here, so learn from a person who has been there and made mistakes. I'm not trying to tell you, to like piss you off or ruin your dreams or shit in your cereal. Like I'm legitimately trying to help you. It's like I'm drunk enough that I don't even know how I got into that conversation. I have to look at the comments. Oh, right, the bike riding stuff. Like, what kind of people watch it? I find weird ways to segue into topics, and then I forget how I segue into it. Yes, I got a 4.5-year-old daughter and a 1.5-year-old son, so it's housework at 2 a.m. Yeah. Lucas Engum. Lucas, hi, how you doing? I feel like I've seen you in my comments from some of my videos. Maybe more recently. Maybe you're a new subscriber, I think, because I think you're only recently. But I don't think I've ever seen you in my live chat, so I think this might be your first time in the live chat. So thank you for being here. I know it's like 3 hours in, but it's mostly just random topics, random rants, ramblings, discussions. There's always stuff to talk about. Basically, I always invite anybody who comes in to just talk about whatever they want. Doesn't even have to be about Japan. Like I put like Johnny in Japan is just my name because I'm Johnny and I live in Japan, and it's a channel name that I picked like 3.5 years ago. And after a certain amount of time, you don't want to just keep changing your name over and over again. So I just kept it. I want to keep consistent with that. So I kept it. But people tend to like unsubscribe or tune out if I don't always talk about Japan. And it's like, honestly, at this point, it's just a name. And I will literally make videos about anything, a variety of things. And if I do live chats, people can talk about anything. So, like, they can talk about their personal lives. They can talk about things that are going on in the news, things going on in the world, philosophical questions. We can debate stuff, discuss things, shoot the shit, talk about dumb shit, act like idiots. I don't know. But yeah, it's just a name. I have commented on some of your videos. I look forward to watching them. Yes, I look forward to you watching them as well. Yeah, but I feel like I should put that. I feel like I should put that somewhere. Like I know I've said that in many videos where like I don't want anyone to be disappointed if they subscribe to me as a J vlogger, and then be sort of disappointed if I don't constantly talk about Japan in every video. Yeah. Like, cause I just, it's honestly, it's just a name and I just live here in Japan. So like, but I'm trying to like branch out and do other stuff as well. What do you think about the Democrat debates? I don't watch them. I don't watch them. I'm not gonna like really say much about it. I'll talk about politics, but I'm not gonna bullshit you and pretend like I know that much about it, or that I have much interest in it, or that I have a particular side that I'm on. I don't have like a side. I'm one of those radical centrists. I'm kind of like cynical. I'm just sort of like, everybody's a liar, everybody's a shithead, and we're all fucked, and no matter who's in charge. I don't know. Both sides have their idiots. Both sides have their valid points. It's like, I don't know. I'm just in the middle, and I try to look at things fairly from both sides, like a devil's advocate. Like, okay, you make a good point. You make a good point. Okay, but you're a fucking idiot on this issue, and I don't agree with you on this issue. And the thing that really bothers me is, like, I don't remember any other time in history that a president was hated this much. I remember when George Bush was really hated a lot when I was a kid. People were rioting, but I've never seen this much hate for a president, for a guy who used to be just a rich business tycoon and a TV reality TV show celebrity, and then suddenly he runs for president. And everybody's like, "That's such a joke. Oh, we don't take that seriously." But then he runs for like Republican, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's bad." And then like he actually gets nominated, and he starts winning, and it's like, uh-oh. And then everybody starts trying everything under the sun to get him not elected, and then he gets elected, and people are like melting down like it's the end of the world. And I'm just like, every president lies, every president's a douchebag, they're all liars. That's what politicians do. They're professional liars and manipulators, and nothing's going to change in the grand scheme of things. The sun will rise again. There'll be another president who's going to be a big douchebag, and people won't like him either. Different people will, but then different people won't, because there's always different sides. And honestly, like, people only started hating him when he ran for a certain side, and ever since he got elected, people have been trying as hard as they can to get it revoked. And then the impeachment didn't happen, and it's like, at this point, it's like, just let it go, just let it run its course. He'll probably get reelected, probably, because most of America is, middle class, hardworking, and is tired of being called racist because for having a different opinion, and looking out for their own interests. And so he probably will get elected again. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for anybody, because I'm pretty sure it's just all a scam, because I'm really negative like that. I'm really cynical. I'm pretty sure it's all just a fix. And he's not really in charge anyway. He's just a puppet, there's a shadow government. I'm a conspiracy nut. It's all just a waste of time, and I'm just trying to live my life. And when he gets elected again, that'll be another 4 years of him, people freaking out. And then there'll be another president. And whether it's on the left side or right side, there's going to be plenty of people which, depending on who gets elected, there's going to be tons of people hating him, tons of people loving him. The cycle keeps moving. And so I just don't understand why people are like, I don't remember a time in my life where people were this hateful of people who have differing political like opinions, like beliefs. Like, people can't even have conversations anymore. People can't be friends. Like, people just block each other, or they just call each other racist or snowflakes, or for having different opinions. And it's just like, what happened to like people just agreeing to disagree and be like, okay, I don't agree with you, and you can still be friends with somebody who has a completely opposite political beliefs than you, or religious beliefs, or there's so many differences. Like, everybody was the same, life would be super boring. And I just don't understand, like, this mentality that's been going on the last several years. Everybody's offended by everything, but then at the same time, you got people who are trying their absolute damnedest to be as offensive and edgy on purpose as possible. And I get it. Like, they're like, oh, free speech. We're trying to protect our free speech. People are trying to inhibit our free speech. And it's like, okay, I get it. People are very sensitive and trying to control how you think and feel, and there's a mob mentality if you don't think a certain way or say certain things. But then at the same time, it's like just because you have a freedom of speech or freedom to do this and that doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean you should. Like you're going out of your way to be edgy and offensive, and it's like, where is the compromise? Where just everybody just stop being dicks. I sound like I'm like this sounds like something somebody would say if they were like smoking marijuana right now, but I'm not. I'm not even drunk. I mean, I've drank a little alcohol, but I'm not drunk. This sounds like some shit that somebody would say if they were like smoking pot right now, but so why can't everybody get along, man? I sound like a fucking Gandhi hippie motherfucker right now. It's pathetic. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm just as guilty. Like I'll make fun of both sides though. I'll go in there and just make fun of both sides for different things. I don't know. It's kind of hypocritical, and I'm kind of equally as guilty. But I'm willing to admit that it's stupid, and I'm trying as hard as I can as time goes by to just distance myself from it. And it's just so toxic and tiring and such a waste of time. It makes me feel bad about myself. Like I'm just like it's poisonous. Like social media is like I think social media, like the advent of social media, has just made it so much worse. Like everybody's got a fucking even platform now, and just some people just shouldn't have a platform because they're just not educated enough to give an opinion. Like they just say the most ridiculous shit. Yeah, wish people could agree to disagree. Did you vote or secretly root for Trump? No. Like I remember in 2016, I moved here late August 2016. So I moved here before the elections with like Hillary and Trump. And I remember watching Japanese news and seeing the live elections as the different states were winning, like they were winning different states. And I remember seeing Trump winning every state over and over. And I was like, this is not surprising. This is happening. And everyone else, all these like media outlets are like, oh, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. This is a joke. This is just a nightmare. And then it just happened, and people are like, "What happened?" Everyone's running to their coloring books and their hot cocoa and their blankies and freaking out. And I'm like, "It's just another president. It's just another president. It's not like he has all the power. He's just a puppet. It's just a shift in balance, a power balance. It'll change eventually. Left, right. It'll eventually change. Like overall, your daily life is not going to change all that much. And I don't know, people need to take a chill. But when he was winning, I was sort of like I know like it doesn't really matter who the president is because like generally it's day-to-day life. Most people's lives are not going to change over the 40 years, even 8 years if there's a re-election. But I will say, like, this is like 3.5 years ago. So 3.5 years is a long time to mentally change a bit. So I guess I was a bit trolly about it. Like, it'd be kind of funny if he won because everyone's saying it's impossible. And, I'm kind of a sucker for like underdog stories, even though he's like a rich billionaire and a celebrity. Like he's like the underdog. And Hillary's very arrogant, and the left side was very arrogant. And it was kind of like the middle class, like the average American was fighting it back, against, being labeled like, oh, you're racist, you're xenophobic, you're this and that. And they're just sort of like, hey, you guys who are constantly outraged by everything, you're the minority still. Like, yeah, you might have a big loud voice on Twitter, but you're still a minority, and we're the majority, and this is how we want our country to run. And that's democracy, right? Majority wins. Yeah. So like, I don't know, like secretly, I guess I was sort of like, oh, this is kind of funny that he's winning. It's kind of funny because I was just thinking about the meltdowns and how confident the opposition was, like way too arrogant. And of course, he's arrogant too. I mean, they're all a bunch of lying, manipulative scumbags. Don't twist it. Like I'm not like a Trump supporter. I'm not a fan. I think he's an idiot too. I think they're both idiots. They're all idiots. I mean, obviously they're smart enough to have that kind of power. They're very cunning and crafty, very clever. So I guess maybe idiot's not the right word. Maybe just yeah, maybe idiot's not the right word. Yeah, just lying scumbags. Like they're not good people. There's no like, oh, I'm a better person than you. Like they're all pretty bad in their own way. And they're really just symptoms of a larger problem. They're just a puppet, they got some, larger entity, pulling its strings. I don't know. And the memes. I mean, the memes that come out after that, it's pretty funny. And honestly, I cared more about the memes than the actual election results. And plus, I just left America anyway, so I was just like, like I say, like it. The election results aren't going to really change majority of people's day-to-day lives over the next 4 years, 4 to 8 years, but even less for me, like because I'm not even there. I don't have to deal with other Americans in person. Like I don't have to go to work the next day and listen to people complain about it, or people, like, acting a fool about like, oh yeah, Trump, MAGA and shit like that. I don't have to worry about getting caught up in any fucking street riots. Just move to the other side of the planet. And that's not why I left. I didn't leave for political reasons or because of the state of politics or social issues or elections. I was already going to leave anyway. I was already interested in getting the fuck out of the country and starting an adventure and trying a new challenging life somewhere else. It just happened to work out that when the elections came around, I was already gone for a few months and I didn't have to like personally, physically be around any of that shit. It is easier to catch It is easier for a camel to pass through an eye. What the fuck? It is easier for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom. God, what the fuck? I'm sorry, but I'm having a difficult time trying to comprehend that. It is easier for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle. The rich man enter the kingdom. Dude, what? I'm sorry. I'm not a religious man, so I'm just reading that going like, what the fuck? That sounds like that sounds like someone was high when they wrote that or drunk. What? um I have no idea. I have no idea. That's the other thing. This yeah. This might be where I lose you. This might be where I lose you on this one, but like not only am I not really into politics, but I'm also like not religious either. I don't really believe in any particular religion. Like I mean, I guess if someone asked, "Are you an atheist?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I guess I'm an atheist." Um, but like, if someone said like, "Do you think there's an afterlife or a god?" I'd be like, "I don't know. Like maybe. Like I don't think so, but maybe. I don't have any proof." But neither does any religious person. They don't have proof either. They have books. They have a book. That's not really proof, but that's a really sensitive topic. But like, I'm just sort of like, I'm open to the possibility that there is, but I'm not really like, I'm not going to pray or go to church or believe in anything. I'm just sort of like living life, living life, and whatever happens, happens. I hope there's an afterlife because it would suck to just die and be nothing forever, blackness. It'd be nice to be like reincarnated or go to some other realm or something spiritually. I don't know if there's a spirit or something, but I don't personally believe. And even if I do hope that there's something, like, I don't think any of the religions are correct. I think it's all man-made ideas because we're all trying to figure it out, and no one really knows until they die, unless they die and there's nothing, and then they won't know. So it's like, I don't really, if there is an afterlife or a creator, I don't think any of the religions have it right. Obviously, there's probably one that's closer than the rest just by coincidence, but I think they're all really far off, and whatever it is completely inconceivable, like incomprehensible to like humans, like who are alive. Yeah, so I'm just open to like the concept that I have no idea, and I don't really want to think about it because that's just too scary. I have enough anxiety as it is about death, so I try not to think about what happens after death because then I'll just fucking have an anxiety attack and not be able to sleep, and the blood will all pulsate through my body intensely while I'm trying to sleep, and I will freak the fuck out. It's just better not to think about religion. uh, have you ever watched Jordan Peterson on YouTube? Um, I've seen clips of him talking. I've seen clips mostly of him talking on like uh, Joe Rogan, but I don't really know. I've never read any of his books. I don't really know that much about him. I know he gets called like a Nazi a lot, doesn't he? I think people are always calling him a Nazi or alt right or a bigot or a racist. I don't know. Probably he's probably not. It's probably just he probably has some sort of certain beliefs that are against other people's beliefs, and they just automatically call him Hitler. He seems to be a controversial figure, but I'm sure he's not that bad of a guy. Go check out his channel. Yeah, yeah, I'll probably check him out. I've seen him talk about stuff, but I haven't seen him talk about anything controversial, like the things where he's getting accused of being racist or sexist or uh, Nazi. I haven't seen him say anything like that would be controversial. I've only seen him talk about like depression and stuff, like social issues and depression and stuff like that. I don't know if he's really a bad guy. I just haven't really seen him. I hope he gets better soon. Is there something wrong with Jordan Peterson? Like, I know, like, I saw some video thumbnails. Like, I didn't click on it, but I saw some video thumbnails where, like, he's talking about depression, or he's talking about, like, dealing with death or something. Like, I don't know what his exactly issue was. I don't know if there's anything wrong with him currently. I've only seen like clips, and usually I think it's like Joe Rogan, and I have a very vague memory. Oh yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. I don't know, like, has an addiction. What's his addiction? Like alcohol or something? Like, I feel like a lot of people say depression. A lot of people say they're depressed. So I always feel weird. I guess I don't know, man. Like, I always feel weird telling people I'm depressed because I feel like nowadays so many people say they're depressed. It's kind of like how you got a lot of young people like, I'm bipolar. or I'm schizophrenic. And a lot of this stuff is like not even professionally diagnosed. I'm not saying he's not depressed. I'm sure he has a actual doctor's diagnosis on it. I'm sure he does. But I'm saying that there's so many people out there who romanticize, mental illness. Like, it's like, oh, I'm so brooding and deep. Like, there's so many, young people like, I'm so depressed, bipolar, and suicidal. And it's just like, that's why I don't like talking about my own depression, because there's so many people out there like, I'm depressed. Oh yeah, man, I'm totally bipolar. It's like, but are you really though? Like, I don't know. A drug of sort, I forget. Do you remember? I don't know what drugs he's on. I'm not on any drugs. Kind of wish I was. That's super illegal in Japan, though. Can't really do that. I can drink a lot, so that's. Yeah, I can say a combination of depression that has lasted for as many years back as I can even possibly remember. Depression for at least all of my adult life. I don't know when I started feeling like depressed, or like something was like wrong with me mentally. I don't know when I started feeling like, I don't know if it started in teenage years or adulthood. I know it started getting serious in my early 20s. I know by my early 20s, that was when I first started thinking about like suicide. And there was like a time in my early 20s where I was like self-harming myself, which is really embarrassing to admit, because like in high school, that's the kind of shit people make fun of. Like, oh, you're emo. Or, I was never an emo kid. I was just some normal kid. But like in your early 20s, you just like, it had nothing to do with some stupid emo shit. It was like I was having some real issues, and I didn't know how to deal with it mentally, so I like dealt with it physically. Like, and I would fucking abuse myself physically to try to like, I don't know how to explain it. I know like my family members didn't really understand it. My family members would freak the fuck out when they would see like scars and shit, and it wasn't just like cutting, but it was like I would do other things to myself with fire and other blunt instruments. I would do things to myself. Like, I'm getting way too into this right now. Like, I shouldn't be talking about this shit. Like, it's kind of like fucked up. Like, yeah, I used to like beat the shit out of myself and do bad things to my body, like physically inflict a lot of pain on myself, like in weird ways, like, because like, I don't know, that's just how I would like drive out mental pain, by just replacing it with physical pain. And eventually I stopped doing that, because there were, because you get tired of trying to hide that shit physically from people, because then they don't understand, and people start getting really like freaked out and weird about that because they don't understand it. So you just kind of have to stop doing it, because you don't want to have to sit there and defend yourself or explain it to people who don't and can't understand. So, what kind of daddy did I have? Um, I've talked about this in a couple, maybe 2 or 3 videos last summer, but that was quite a long time ago. I didn't meet my father until I was like 19. I met him once, and he was like an alcoholic, kind of a violent alcoholic, and I found that out firsthand when I met him. I had to call the police on him when I was 19 because he tried to assault me when he was drunk. He was very angry and violent because my mother left him, so he was trying to like take that out on me or something. And that was why I didn't drink for like 10 years, because I didn't want to be like him. And then I realized, that's kind of stupid, because like, I'm not like him. I wasn't raised by him, and I think I've handled alcohol a lot better because I went 10 years without it. I think I handled alcohol a lot better because I went 10 years without it. And the only reason I started doing it now is because I thought it would make me feel less anxious about making videos on YouTube and opening myself up and meeting new people like in Japan, because Japan likes to drink. So I figured maybe I could like loosen up and be more comfortable. And basically, I only drink if it involves like social arrangements where I'm meeting new people, because I'm not good with strangers, and for making videos because honestly, it just makes me feel more comfortable and loosened up. But I don't really drink on a day to day basis. It's not like that. So I'll have people commenting in my videos like they're my mom or something. You know, I'm a 30-year-old man. People are like, "Oh, you're drinking too much. Oh, be careful. Oh, I'm worried about you." It's like, well, I mean, like I'm drinking like once a week at most. If you see multiple videos, like because a lot of times I used to shoot like 3, 4, 5 videos in one night, like different topics, different types of videos, and I would just get real creative when I get drunk and I would start making different types of videos in one night. And I wasn't drinking anywhere near as much as people thought I was. They would just see multiple days in a row of videos of where I'm drunk, and it's like, no, those were all the same night. But yeah, like I didn't meet my father till I was 19. But and my stepfather, I think he came around when I was like 2 or 3, and my mother finally divorced him when I was like 18, and pretty much that entire time, he used me as like his punching bag. So like if I wasn't getting like beaten up at school, because I was a small kid, I wasn't getting beaten up at school, I was getting beaten up at home. So like 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 leather belts, wooden paddles on your bare ass, on your bare back, like you take the shirt off too. Like it's not just pulling your pants down bare ass, but like also bare back too. So like, you get lots of like welts and shit on your body and shit. And if you move around, you get it on your neck and your face too. So uh not sure where I was going with that. I thought I had a point or something about that, but yeah, yeah, like that's kind of where a lot of my like low self confidence comes from, and insecurities as a person. Like Japan was escape. Well, not from that. I mean, I haven't seen my stepfather since I was like 19. So I mean, I haven't seen him in over a decade. I haven't seen either of them, my stepfather or my real father. I haven't seen either of them in over a decade. They're not the reason for escaping. Honestly, I mean, escape. Um, it's kind of a weird. I guess it depends on how I look at it. I mean, honestly, I was just interested in Japan. I mean, when I first started being interested in Japan, like many years ago, I was just kind of a weeb. I was just kind of a weeb about it. I'll admit it. I'll admit it now because I'm over that. I've been over that shit for years. But like when I first became interested and wanted to, I was just kind of like a weeb about it, and I had like these weird, like unrealistic, like perception of what it was. And I don't think I really escaped from anything except just boredom. I mean, if you know anything about Kentucky, if you lived in Kentucky or Ohio, then I think that's plenty enough to escape from. Except I'm a kind of an extreme person, so instead of just moving to another state, I'm just like, I'm gonna move to another country, and it's not good enough that I move to like England or Canada, like an English speaking country. Like let's move to other side of the planet to a country that has completely different 180 culture and completely different language. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I was looking for. What the hell I was doing. It's just interesting. People ask all the time, and I get so tired of talking about it because people are looking for like this crazy like deep answer, and it's always just like it's just very vague. It's like there is no deep answer. There's no. It's just it was sort of just like interesting and cool. I thought it would be cool, and I've never been to Kentucky. What's it like there? Um, I don't know. Kentucky. What was Kentucky like? There's like two types of Kentucky. There's the Kentucky that everyone has the sorry if I'm speaking a little slower. I'm trying to This is the thing about being live. If I was making a proper video answering questions that people sent me, like an email or comments, I would have to cut so much stuff because I'd have to think between everything I say. But like live, I have to think about stuff. And plus, I've been drinking a bit, so no, it's not that I didn't like it. It's just, I mean, I was there for 27 years. The first 27 years of my life, I always lived pretty close to my birthplace, and honestly, I just wanted to go on a big adventure and do some big, crazy, dumb shit. Like it's just, I don't know. People think it's really like has to be something deep, but really, I guess most people are just okay with living close to where they grew up. Maybe they might move to another state nearby, but me, I was just sort of like, I don't know, like I never really had any friends as a kid and had bad parents and lived in a boring small town and didn't really have much going on. And I was just sort of like, just move to the other side of the fucking planet. Why not? Uh, I mean, it's not really that deep. That's why it's so hard when I get that question every time. It's like, it's not really that deep. And people are, I guess, maybe they're disappointed when they get the answer. Like, why? I'm like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely, definitely, definitely. See, because that's the other thing about me. The same reason that the same reason why I didn't just go, oh, I'm just gonna move to Florida or New York. That would have been a logical baby step. Just move to another state and then move to another country that has a primarily English speaking, and then work your way up to more extreme shit. But me, I'm just like, nope. I'm gonna go either live in a small, boring Kentucky town for the rest of my life, or I'm gonna go on the other side of the planet and go somewhere that's completely fucked up and completely different. That's just me. I'm either nothing or everything. Um, and that leads into my personality where it's like I had so many people saying like, "Oh, don't go. Oh, it's a mistake. Oh, you'll never make it. Oh, you'll only be there for a few months. You'll come back. It'll be embarrassing." And I have this serious need to prove people wrong, and I'm stubborn. I don't like to admit when other people are right and when I'm wrong. So no matter how hard it gets, no matter how stressful it gets, no matter how much I like hate certain things or be depressed about it, I refuse to admit when I'm wrong or when people are right. And I think the best thing that's kept me here is just proving people wrong. And I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to go back to the small town in Kentucky and live the typical the way I don't want to move backwards in life. I want to keep going forward, and I don't want to just survive. Someday I will thrive. Right now it's just survival. Hopefully someday it'll be thriving. And yeah, yeah, it's mostly just stubbornness. Mostly I'll be here for fucking ever. I'll be here as long as they don't kick me out. So, and that'll be just completely out of being stubborn, like not willing to admit that it's time to leave. ADD. Yeah, see, I oh man, I don't know why, but I feel like I have like my stomach is like getting fucked up. Like I'm like, bleh. I don't know. Maybe it's a soda and the alcohol. It's like 3:30 in the morning. Anyway, ADD. Uh, when I was a kid, the doctor told my parents. They did testing, said I had ADHD. I had to go to therapy for a little bit. Didn't really do anything. They put me on like Adderall when I was in middle school. but only for like a few weeks because like it made me super hyper and aggressive, which is kind of like the opposite of what it's supposed to do. But it actually made me worse. It made me like super aggressive and hyper and crazy. They took me off that shit. And I'm pretty sure that shit will kill you too. You know, I've heard stories about it like killing kids. I mean, I know Ritalin definitely, but I'm sure Adderall probably was like similar. And I just lucky enough that I wasn't on it very long. I mean, I say a few weeks, but it was probably longer than that. But the older I get, the less memory I have, detailed memory I have of my childhood. The harder it is to go back and like think about like actual like length of timelines. It wasn't long though. I remember taking it though and feeling whack. Like it definitely didn't make things better. And I remember going to therapy, and I'm like in there with my stepfather, which is so stupid. Like, if you're gonna, I was on that shit as a childhood as well. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Damn, 3.5 hours. I'm probably gonna shut down the live stream soon because I'm feeling like I'm gonna like throw up or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway, I don't know what's wrong. I'm having some serious like stomach pain. But oh goddamn. Anyway, I'm gonna try to finish my thought here. But yeah, like I would they would force me to go to therapy, and like my stepfather would be there, and it's like that kind of defeats the purpose. Shouldn't it be should be private, just the kid and the therapist? Because obviously, you know, the therapist is trying to get in your head and trying to figure out what your problem is. Because I had like, you know, super hyperactive, lack of focus, not doing good in school, didn't have any friends, you know, and behavioral problems. I think ADHD is bullshit. I think that's just kids being kids. You know, I think ADHD is just total bullshit. That's just some excuse for shitty parents or teachers who don't know how to deal with kids, you know, and they just drug them up. I think it's all bullshit. I think that's all just a conspiracy. It's bullshit. I don't think there was anything like wrong with me in that sense. I think it's just a hyperactive, overly imaginative, creative kid, and I learned a different way than other kids. And you know, this is back like, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, and I was treated like a fucking, like I was some kind of nutcase, you know, and it probably wasn't. It was just different. But anyways, like, yeah, I think it was kind of weird that like my stepfather would be in these therapy meetings while this doctor is trying to figure out what's wrong with me mentally. And I can't tell him as a kid, my problem is my stepfather beats the absolute fucking dog shit out of me every fucking day. Okay, he is the fucking problem. He is the reason why I'm so fucked in the head. All right, he's the problem. Like, please help me. But I can't do that because I'm like so terrified of him. Because he would always threaten me, like, oh, if you call the police, you can call the police, but before they get here, I'll fucking kill you. You know, that kind of shit. You'll wish that you'd never been born. Me too. ADHD is bullshit. Parents being lazy. Yeah. Yeah. So like, my whole childhood, I didn't have the courage to speak up and say what was really the problem, and the real problem was I was being physically abused my entire childhood. So that's one thing I wish I can go back on and fucking have the courage to like call Child Protective Services, and maybe I could have had maybe not a normal childhood. I don't think you're having a normal childhood if you're in foster care, but I could have had a better childhood. It may not have been normal, but it's certainly better and more safer, you know, physically anyway. Because it's easy to get bullied at school when you're the small kid in class. You're always the smallest kid in your classes your entire childhood. But it's worse when you have a stepfather that like bullies you and uses you as a punching bag. So you have no confidence in yourself. You have no You can't, that's not toughening you up. That's beating you down. If he wanted to help me, he would, this is a stepfather that would never let me do weight training. As a kid, I wanted to do weight training. Would never let me do it. Why? Because he didn't want me to grow up and stand up for myself. To him, I always begged to do martial arts training. I would do like karate, when I was a kid, because you don't know about like jujitsu or whatever. Just basic stuff like taekwondo or something. Never would take me to do that shit. Because of course not. He doesn't want me to defend myself and stand up to him. Because looking back on it now, he's not that big of a guy. He wasn't that tough. He was an army reject. He fucking went AWOL and got a dishonorable discharge. And then he treated me like I was some kind of cadet my entire childhood. He tried to act like he was some kind of fucking drill sergeant when really he fucking quit basic training and fucking went AWOL. Like he was a fake hard ass. But since I was a small runt kid, like he bullied me. So like there's nothing I can really do about it. Yeah. So like, yeah, of course he's not gonna let me do martial arts training or fucking lift weights and shit because that would make me stronger. Uh, and obviously they would never let me play sports either. I was never allowed to play sports. So I tried constantly to play sports. And that never happened. Not because I had no interest, but I wasn't allowed. So it kind of fucking sucks, like a lot of that shit's out of my hands. Like, like you're that kid, you're that weird kid that nobody likes in school, and you're annoying and you're poor and you have hand-me-down clothes and you don't get all your expensive jeans from like the mall or something. And I don't know. It's like, dude, that shit's like not on me. That's like my parents. The parents' failure gets put on the kids. So like, I wanted to play sports. It wasn't because I was some weird little kid who was a creep. I wanted to play sports. I wanted to be socially active. I wasn't allowed to have, birthday. I was always grounded on my birthdays. I was always not allowed to go to parties, or events with other kids, field trips, sports, clubs. Just, yeah. Oh yeah, totally, totally. Yeah, pretty much all of these comments are exactly right. Yeah, that's yeah, it's so weird. Like when you say like sorry you had to go through that, it's like part of me knows I'm like 30 years old and I should have let that shit go so long ago. And there's only so long you can really blame. Well, there's people that say there's lots of people that say that. There's only so long you can blame your parents for your failures. Eventually, you have to take responsibility for yourself. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, it's kind of understandable that from the very beginning, I was sort of set up for failure. Like you have parents who were poor, uneducated, very ignorant, stupid, very aggressive, violent people. So like you pretty much you're raised in that environment. Oh my god, I can go on forever. I probably have so many repressed memories. Like I have memories right now that I can like talk about that are just fucking insane. They're very embarrassing, but like they're just like it's just so crazy like that these things actually happen. Like and then I look back on it and like it was normal to me, but looking back on it, it's like holy shit, that's fucked up. Like the things that your parents do to you that you never talk about to like your teachers or like other kids. You don't tell them because like I don't know, it just seems normal to you, but like when you look back and you see how other people developed, and you're like, okay, that wasn't normal. My parents are psychopaths. They're fucking weird. I don't know. Yeah, one of these days I'll grow a beard. Actually, like the last time I had a clean shaven face, like shaving cream and a razor, was like late 2013, early 2014. The last time I had a clean shave. Maybe, I think, if I had to put money on it, an exact month and year, sometime early January 2014 was the last time I had a clean shave, like shaving cream and a razor, like no hair left. That was the last time. So that's like a good 6 years. And it's just been sort of trimming. I never let it get too big. So it's just a lot of trimming over the years, but I never had a clean shaven face in that long. So I wonder, I've always looked young for my age, but it's been 6 years since I've had a clean shaven face. So I've been wondering lately, and because having a beard in Japan is kind of not a good thing. It's not really appreciated the way it is in the West. So like, I wonder what I would look like with a clean shaven face if I would still look young. Like if I shaved right now, would I just like shave 10 years off of my look? Would I look like I'm in my early 20s again? And like before, I was growing a beard because I wanted to look older because I had a baby face and I wanted to look older, more mature, and I had a like a little small chin and small face. But actually, Japanese people like that. They like, the small, slender face. So that might work to my advantage, getting opportunities and stuff and social interactions. But now that I'm getting older and I'm feeling like insecure about getting older and thinking about like getting older and looking bad and death, uh, like part of me is just like, as much as this is like a security blanket, but it makes me wonder, like, if I shaved this, how would I feel looking at myself? Or has too many years gone by? 6 years has gone by since I had a clean shave. Would I don't know. Like, is that has that time passed? Like, maybe if I would have shaved my clean shaved, 3 or 4 years ago, maybe I'd still look like I'm in my early 20s, like university age. But like now I'm 30, so maybe if I shave now, I would still look like I'm in my late 20s. Like, I hope not. Part of me is thinking about it. I'm thinking about finally shaving and just seeing what happens. I mean, I don't see why not. I didn't drink for 10 years, and now I'm drinking, quite a lot more than I ever thought I would. I thought I'd never drink again. So maybe I might shave my face. Oof. Damn, what time is it? It's almost 3:40. Damn. Hold on a second here. Man, that's the thing. Like, I told myself, like, every time I do a live stream, I always say, like, oh, I'm gonna do like an hour-long live stream and then I'm gonna cut it off. And then I never shut the fuck up. Like, I talk so much. And most of it's just like incoherent rambling. And I sound like I'm just talking out of my ass most of the time. Probably. It probably makes sense to me, but it's probably bullshit if I watch it back later. But yeah, now I'm going on like 3:43. Jesus. That's just absurd. Looking through some of my fucking YouTube comments here. I get so much spam. All right, I'm gonna get some sleep now. When is the next live stream? Yeah, I don't have a set schedule for live streaming. I upload videos every day, and I think this is my 7th or 8th live stream. So 7th or 8th live stream so far. But I upload every single day, and I'm hopefully slowly phasing in more and more live streams because it's just easier to do live streams Although I tend to overdo it, and I do end up doing like a 4 or 5 hour live stream when I intend to do 1 hour. So I don't have a way to like tell people. Like, I had Twitter, but I got Twitter banned. So the only thing I have is Facebook, Johnny in Japan on Facebook, and then I have Johnny in Japan on Instagram. So those are the two places you can go for any kind of announcements about when I'm going to go live. But if you're not really interested in like Instagram or Facebook, then I guess turning on the notification bell is a good idea. I tend to do my video uploads in the evening for Japan time, sometime between 8 p.m. and midnight. And if I do a live stream that day, that'll probably be around that time window as well. I don't have a community tab because I don't have 1,000 subs, but I do have a discussion tab on my channel, but you don't get a notification if I post to it. So I guess if you want to get like, I haven't really posted anything to the discussion tab because no one gets notifications for it. I posted one post to it like for New Year's or something like that, or Christmas, and no one responded to it because no one saw it, because YouTube does not give notifications for a discussion tab post. So I would say follow on Facebook, like the Facebook page, follow me on Instagram. Both of them are Johnny in Japan. So that should probably be a good place to find out when the next live stream will be. I don't know if it'll be one tomorrow. Well, technically, it's already the next day. Have you considered streaming on Twitch? I have. But honestly, I've been trying like my damnedest to build this garbage, tiny little channel for the last 3.5 years, and it's like not successful at all. So like honestly, like I really don't want to like start doing Twitch. I don't know. I just really don't want to. Like, maybe eventually I'll try Twitch out. Like, I've certainly want to try it out. Just like Discord. People keep saying, oh, try out Discord. And I keep saying I'm going to do Discord, but then I just forget about it. And eventually I think I'll probably get onto Twitch just to try it out. Same with Discord. But I'm just getting used to live streaming, and I already have a YouTube channel, so it's much easier. Since I do daily uploads, it's much easier to just do what I'm used to and what I know and what's available to me. And I feel like if I get on Twitch, I have to restart over. I don't have a really big audience here now, but I would have to like restart over on Twitch. Oh man. Damn, it's almost like 4 in the morning. Man, it's so weird. It's so weird when there's more people watching, but people aren't commenting. I have no idea. I mean, wouldn't you feel personally weirded out by that if you were live streaming and there were like a handful of people watching you, but like one person was commenting and you're like, who are these other people who have been watching me for hours? Like there's people who have been watching me for a long time, and I have no idea who they are or why they're watching me. It's creepy. Maybe they're secretly like recording my live stream so they can make fun of me on Reddit or something. I don't know. Or make fun of me on another YouTube channel that I don't know about. Like a Shenmue 3 playthrough. You would probably be probably the only one that likes my Shenmue playthrough. It's really disappointing because like Shenmue is my favorite game of all time. Dreamcast is my favorite console of all time. And I've waited for almost 20 years for the sequel to come out. I finally got it. I decided to do a playthrough, a no commentary playthrough. Thought that'd be cool. and it's just not getting any views, and it's really disappointing. Probably because like I didn't upload any gameplay until a month after the game came out. So by that time, it was already oversaturated with people already uploading tons of gameplay. Because instead of pre-ordering it and pre-installing it for digital, so I can play it at midnight, instead I ordered a physical collector's edition from America from Limited Run Games, and they're a very small company and very unprofessional, and they like to blame their customers. I'll never order from them again. But I have a 20-minute unboxing video for it on my channel for my Shenmue 3 unboxing, and yeah, they charge way too much money, and you don't really get anything that's worth $125. It's like $100 plus $25 international shipping, and it really was not worth $125. And I ended up getting almost 2 weeks later than it released, and I was super pissed because I'm already getting a huge late start, and it takes a long time to edit these lengthy episodes. And now I've only put up 7 parts out of 10, and now it's already February, and the game came out in November. So it's like, well, like it's like 3 months later, and I still haven't put up all the parts yet. Whereas other people have already put up all their gameplay stuff. So yeah, I missed the boat on the trend, and it wasn't a very popular game anyway, because it was a very niche, small game because it has a small audience. Shenmue's not a very popular series, so I missed the boat on that. Really, I'm just keep uploading it because I don't want to quit halfway through it. I want to make sure I upload all the parts, be consistent with it, and not give up. And eventually it'll collect views and watch time over time someday. It really is just a personal diary of me playing the game that I like. I mean, I understand that the game is very visually and auditorily. Is that the right way to say it? I don't know. Visuals and audio is very outdated. Um, but considering it was completely funded by Kickstarter and had a very small budget, and the fact that I have a lot of nostalgia for the originals, and I'm just waiting for the game for the continued story. I would have played the game if it was a shitty mobile game, like as long as it continues the story. So I had very low expectations for it. But I feel like the story was way too short. If I'm being honest, like if I take the nostalgia goggles off, a lot of people get offended. There's a lot of Shenmue fanboys, like hardcore. It's my favorite game of all time, Shenmue. But like I am not that hardcore that I'm willing to just ignore when I'm disappointed. Like I waited 20 years and the story is very short compared to the other two games. And I don't know if you finished the game, but Shenmue 3's ending is a very abrupt, anticlimactic, like cliffhanger. It's a boss fight with Lan Di, and it ends as quickly as it begins. Like I finally, after 20 years of waiting, I get a really short continuation of the story, and I finally confront Lan Di, and it's like a minute-long boss fight, and I don't even get to touch him because he just dodges everything. And then there's like a little cutscene where he just beat the shit out of you, and then he escapes somehow, and like, what the fuck? It's just like, I don't know where the story is supposed to go from there. But I don't know if Shenmue 4 will even happen because like Deep Silver lost like a lot of revenue because Shenmue 3, which I knew this would happen because Shenmue 1 and 2 were the same, and Shenmue 3 is objectively a worse game than Shenmue 1 and 2. Like People can have their opinions, but it's my opinion that Shenmue 1 and 2 are obviously like way better. And that Shenmue 3 was never going to live up to the originals. It just couldn't because the budget is so much smaller. Shenmue 1 and 2 had massive budgets. But I knew Shenmue 3 wasn't going to sell well. So it made their publisher, Deep Silver, lose a lot of money. So I'm worried that there's not going to be a Shenmue 4 now, or we're going to have to wait another fucking 20 years for it. So, and apparently there's going to be more than Shenmue 4. Apparently he wants it to be like Shenmue 5 and 6. I don't know how many games he said there's going to be, but there's supposed to be more than just Shenmue 4. So it's like, I don't even know how he's going to get Shenmue 4. Like, he's already counting his chickens before they even hatch. It's like, he was already talking about Shenmue 4 and 5. It's like, dude, you guys keep delaying Shenmue 3, and it's looking like shit. And as much as I love the series, like, I don't have high hopes for it ever, like, finishing. Like, I don't know. Hopefully it'll finish before I die. Yeah, 7 games? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I've heard different stories, but 7 just sounds really far-fetched. Like, it already sounds bad enough saying 4. Like, honestly, like, I get that he had a story that he wrote a long time ago that he's kept secret all these decades, but, like, I feel like he should have found some way to condense it and, like, end it at 3. Like, I feel like he's just really pushing his luck. You had to wait 2 decades for Shenmue 3, and now he's talking about, like, Shenmue 4. It's like, you're lucky to get 3. Like, I just don't know. You're going to Kickstarter fund it again? Like, and I don't think Deep Silver is going to want anything to do with it this time. I know it was pretty much Kickstarter funded, but I'm sure Deep Silver, they came in late into the game development, and I'm sure they spent some money on marketing, like advertising, and they lost out on money on that. Like, they had to, spend their money. Like, Kickstarter funded the game's development, but I'm sure Deep Silver paid for advertising and for printing out the physical disc and the cases and distributing them around the world, like the games. And they lost out on that. They probably took a loss on that, and they probably won't want to do it again because the game sold so horribly. And Sega didn't have any interest in Shenmue 3, and they were right not to have any interest in it, and they're not going to have an interest in Shenmue 4. Sony doesn't seem to have any interest in it because I think Sony might have shilled out a little bit of money for advertising because it's on their platform, obviously, and they want to make money off of it. But I mean, I guess they'll have to Kickstarter fund it again. Except I think next time it'll make even less than Kickstarter donations because you're not only are you going to have Deep Silver going like, no, we don't want to deal with this again. We lost too much money. And Sony and Sega weren't interested the first time around, so they're definitely not going to be interested this time that Shenmue sold so horribly. But then you might have the less Kickstarter donations because you'll have fans, a giant chunk of fans who donated for Shenmue 3 going, no, I donated a bunch of money for Shenmue 3 and I was disappointed. I don't think I want Shenmue 4. Did you get to use the lamp in the collector's edition? I still have the box up in a closet. I haven't set up the lamp. I actually don't have any room on my desk. My desk is so cluttered. I haven't set the lamp up. It's very small. It's not very impressive. That's why I was saying it wasn't worth a $125 collector edition. It's very small and unimpressive. I still don't have any AAA batteries for it. I just keep forgetting about it. It's up in my closet. I still have it, so eventually I'll set it up. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Well, I am definitely done drinking. And I am pulling up on 4 hours for a live stream. Do I like FF? I assume you mean Final Fantasy. I'm not like a huge Final Fantasy fan. but like I played a little bit of 7, like a giant chunk of it on PS1, but I never finished it. I tried to play it twice, like once when I was a kid, once when I was an adult, like restarting it, and I never finished it. I think I'll finally finish it when the remake comes out. I'll finally finish the story because I never finished the story. I don't know how it ends. And I think I played Final Fantasy 1 and 2 for like Game Boy Advance. I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which was my favorite, best story and best. I love the gameplay, the grids, where you got the movement squares. It's like a little. It's like a. It's like a game board. Like I love Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and I had Final Fantasy 12, but I never finished that either. Yeah, it was just a lot of Final Fantasy games I just couldn't finish. Oh, I did have Final Fantasy 4 Advance, and I think I got through most of that. I think I finished the game, but I think I got pretty close to the end, but I got stuck on a certain part and didn't know how to progress the story. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I thought I finished the game, but then there was something like I don't know if it was a post-game thing or if like I was supposed to do something to unlock the end game, but I don't think I ever actually finished Final Fantasy 4. There was somewhere where I was in an airship and I just couldn't figure out how to finish the game. Of course, I don't remember the plot very well either. All right, well, shit. Huh. What the hell? Uh, well, seems there's only 2 people watching. Somebody else is watching, but they're not commenting. Yeah, I'm 4 hours into the live stream. I'm pretty much ready to go. But yeah, thanks for checking it out, and I'll have a new uploaded video tomorrow, or well, now it's 4 in the morning, so I guess tonight, Japan time, I'll have a video uploaded or a live stream, one or the other. So thanks for checking it out, and I will see you next time. And the screen's all blurry.